Right, good morning, everyone. It's 9:30 and this hearing session is now open. Can I check before we go any further that everyone can hear, including right down at the back? Yes, thank you. So this hearing session forms part of the examination of the South Worcestershire Development Plan Review. This is day 3 of our hearings. I'm Elaine Worthington. Next to me is Philip Lewis. We are the inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct this examination. The Programme Officer is Ian Kemp. He's your first point of call. If you need any assistance, he's here. So the format of the hearing is a structured and focused discussion that we will lead, and it's based on our matters, issues and questions. We'll normally start a particular topic by asking for responses to the questions that we have before indicating that we wish others to comment. As was the case last week, we're going to be trying to be moving on from our matters, issues and questions to focus on the areas where we have remaining questions and things to explore. So if you wish to speak, please indicate this by putting your name board on its end, and we'll try to go round usually in a sensible direction. In speaking during the hearings, we would request that you are concise and specific where you can be. In particular, if you wish to highlight certain parts of your statement or other documents that form part of the examination, it's helpful for us if you can tell us what the references to those are. Please don't make general statements or repeat your statements and stick to the matter being discussed. So some questions will already have been answered in statements, and so there will be no need for any further discussion of those. We'll indicate that at the appropriate time when we go through the matters. So at that point, can I ask the Council just to run us through housekeeping points? Best use of microphones as well would be helpful.
Thank you. Good morning. This is a public meeting and members of the public and press are permitted to report on the proceedings. Reporting includes filming, photography, making an audio recording and providing commentary on proceedings. Please note this meeting is recorded and streamed live. These recordings are published on YouTube on the channel at SWDPR. By choosing to attend this public meeting, you have deemed to have given your consent to being filmed or recorded and for any footage to be broadcast or published. If the fire alarm sounds, the premises must be evacuated immediately. The lift cannot be used and do not spend time collecting personal belongings. All emergency escape routes are clearly signed and please make your way down the main central staircase. There is another escape route on the north side of the building if needed. Once you have left the building, the assembly point is in the High Street opposite the Guildhall. For when you're speaking, please use the microphones we found it's best if you have a little bit of distance between yourself and the microphone in order for it to work correctly, and please ensure you turn them off afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, that's helpful. Yeah, the acoustics were a bit tricky last week, but if we can try and keep the door shut, and if people at the back can sort of illustrated now, try and stay in their seats until we have breaks, because all that noise kind of makes it difficult for everyone around the table and at the back to hear. That'd be helpful. So we'll aim for short mid-morning break, a lunch break, and another short afternoon break. We'll also try not to finish or go beyond 5 p.m. each day, other than exceptionally if we need to, and obviously that would be with the agreement of participants. So I'll move to introductions, but before we move from there, does anyone have any general questions before I move on? No? Okay. So we're going to start with Matter 8, which is Economic Growth Strategy and Policies. Can I ask the Council we'll do introductions. So if you can introduce your team, and if you've got any updates you want to give, you can do those now as well.
Thank you very much, Madam. Yes, good morning. My name is Miss Suzanne Ormsby. I'm King's Counsel, and I represent the 3 authorities that are promoting this plan. To my immediate right, I have Ms. Hannah Millman, who is Planning Policy Manager at Worcester City. And then to her right, I have Mr. Duncan Rudge, who is the Director of Planning Policy at Worcester City. And then to his right, we have Mr. Anthony Millman, who is of the BE Group, who has prepared the EDNA and the EDNA update. Insofar as housekeeping matters, Madam, just to record that we have now provided, I think, this morning to you, the housing trajectory that you requested. But thank you very much.
Thank you, that's great. So if we could carry on with introductions around the room, I'll carry on in that order. So just name and if you're representing anybody, please.
I think I got missed off the list, actually. I'm Tristan Hutton from Older King Planning. We did the retail and town centre evidence base.
Sorry, forgive me, madam. I was going to introduce Mr. Hutton when we got to retail, but forgive me, Mr. Hutton.
Hello, Mike, representing Homes England and Saks. And to my right, I've got Richard Lamming, Senior Director from Turley.
Good morning, Mark Powney from Savills Economics. I'm here to support the Junction 7 M5 allocation at Worcestershire Parkway on behalf of Hallam Land and St Modwen.
Good morning, Charlie Bannon, KC for St Modwen.
Good morning, Rebecca Palmer, Senior Planning Manager, St Modwen, Development Partner to Merton College, one of the landowners at Worcestershire Parkway.
I'm Gerald Kells. I'm representing CPRE Worcestershire.
Dr. Peter King, I'm with Gerald Kells, also representing CPRE Worcestershire.
Good morning, Simon Hawley from Harris Land Planning, representing Schroders Capital, who are the owners of the Hartleby Trading Estate, and Chase Commercial, that have various interests in Worcester City.
Morning, Kevin Poole. I don't have a voice today, I'm afraid, but I'm simply a private resident.
That's fine, Mr. Paul. It's up to you if you want to try and speak when we get going, entirely up to you. But if you've got any sort of written notes that you want to submit to us afterwards in the circumstances, then that's okay.
Yes, thank you. I've spoken to Mr. Kevin about that.
Good morning, my name is David Onions. I represent Two Shires Business Park, which is a draft allocation in the plan.
Good morning, I'm Katie Parsons from RCA Regeneration, and we are the planning agents for Harris Land Management for their interests at Parks Farm, Evesham. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It's Nathan McLaughlin from McLaughlin Planning, representing A and H Wiley.
Okay, thanks everyone. So if we move to matter 8, which starts with consideration of policy 02, employment, housing and retail requirements. So question 70, in particular relates to the economic needs assessment addendum, exam 25, and topic paper, exam 26, and the gross demand requirement for employment land. So the need in the original EDNA was set out at 280.4 hectares, and this is dropped in the addendum to 257.4 hectares. The authorities have now put forward a revised land requirement of 313.8 hectares, which includes the 5-year buffer. There's a main modification that's been drafted for policy 02 in sections A and C, which shows that. Can I just ask the council to sort of kick us off with the justification for that particular reduction in situation?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, good morning. So following an update to the Economic Development Needs Assessment undertaken in 2024, which has been submitted as an addendum, those figures have been revised based on a revised data set. That data was revised and is now considered to be more robust in providing updated figures in order to project forward to identify a revised economic needs requirement. And as you've mentioned, there is a proposed modification to reflect that to policy SWDPR 02.
Okay, so that's all explained in your statement. I don't really have any additional questions going on, moving from question 70. Anybody around the room on 70? Yes, Savills.
I think obviously just my my overarching point is we believe the Ednas are a good starting point. They've looked at past take-up, which tells you what the market actually has delivered in a historic period. Our view, and as you'll see in our Matter 8 evidence, is we feel both evidence Ednas sort of come up with a modest underestimation of true industrial logistics demand. And we don't put this forward to undermine the plan. It's just more to give you confidence that there's more than enough demand out there to support key allocations such as Worcestershire Parkway and the other key employment sites. And I think that's really, really important because, you know, a big allocation such as Worcestershire Parkway is absolutely critical to the local plan, as we've put in our evidence. It's the largest allocation. It's right on the motorway junction of a nationally significant motorway. It has rail accessibility nearby, and you've got 900,000 working age population within a 28-minute drive time. So back to the need estimates. Again, we believe that most of the modest underestimation of the Ednas is down to the past take-up method. You know, what that effectively does is just shows you how much land has been historically built out. The key issue with that is it doesn't allow you to pick up demand that's lost due to historic supply constraints. And one where our evidence and the Edna in complete agreement is, you know, this area, Wychavon and the wider kind of area, is a supply constrained market for industrial logistics uses. You know, for instance, the Edna 22 at paragraph 4.6 clearly says a lack of supply is limiting the industrial and warehouse market. The Edna Addendum 24 at paragraph 3.2 says similar things, says as a result of very low vacancy, warehousing take-up in the most recent years has not been in line with national trends, despite strategic locational advantages and requirements for the market for larger premises. When new industrial and warehouse developments have become available to market, the interest and take-up of these units has been very strong. We at Savills completely agree with those conclusions, and you'll see in our Matter 8, question 70, we've got 3 charts in there. It is table 2, which we've got a chart there clearly showing it's a commonly accepted in terms of planning need and employment evidence of an 8% or 7.5%, 8% is an equilibrium kind of availability rate when supply and demand are broadly in balance. The Wychavon and the wider FEMA market has not been at that level for over a decade, clearly showing it's a supply constrained market for industrial logistics uses. We've also shown in our evidence in the second table that leasing demand, so net leasing demand, so occupiers taking up space, minusing those vacating, that level is a much higher than the net delivery of new inventory. So what that tells you is supply is outpacing demand, which is why the availability rate has remained low for over a decade. Now, sort of the key conclusion of those two things, low availability and demand higher than supply, is rental growth. You've had rental growth in Wychavon with FEMA over 90%. That's high, some of the highest levels I've seen in the country. And that is an example of demand competing for limited available stock, which pushes up rent. So that's a real affordability issue when you've had that level of rental growth. So that's just some further market intelligence to support the conclusions of the Edna. Now, where the Savills model, you know, I will believe is superior to the past take-up model, is our model allows us to calculate how much demand is lost due to historic supply constraints, which then can be added to the historic demand trend to give you a more accurate projection into the future. Now, the Ednas have admirably tried to do something similar by adding a 5-year buffer. However, that is a guesstimate. You know, it's kind of a guesstimate rather than something that is based on market signals in accordance with paragraph 32 of the NPPF. So that, ma'am, sir, is where we consider our model to be superior. And then, so what does all this mean? We sort of summarize it in table 1 of our Matter 8 question 70 response, where Again, I'm here to talk mainly about B2 and B8 uses, which we call industrial logistics. And we've got sort of a table there which shows what the EDNA 22 and the 24 addendum come up with B2, B8 land versus what we come up with. So we can see that, you know, if we're looking at the wider South Worcestershire area, the EDNA 22 is 291.8 hectares for B2, B8. It goes down to just under 260 hectares in the 2024 addendum. We believe INL demand in South Worcestershire is actually 324 hectares, and then we split that for Wychavon. Now, again, this is not to tell you to undermine the plan. It is purely to give you our view of market-driven estimation model that demand is slightly higher than what's in the EDNA, and to give you confidence that there's more than enough demand to deliver quality employment allocations, such as Worcestershire Parkway and the other ones. So obviously we think the EDNA 2022 is the more accurate evidence because it is higher. Obviously, our reading why the 2024 is slightly lower is because of its time frame includes coming out of the global financial crisis, and it also includes the peak of the cost of living crisis, where the 2022 really, it doesn't have the cost of living crisis. It only has one of those major economic shocks. And I think we all sit here and hope we're not, in the next 10 to 15 years, having another global financial crisis and another cost of living crisis. So I think the 2024 period is overly negative if you put it in the context of wider history. So, sir, that's where we are, you know, in a nutshell. We believe the EDNAs are a good starting point. We believe our model is superior in terms of market signals and demonstrates slightly higher demand. And then obviously it's very clear, both from the council's assessment and from Savills' assessment, how prime Worcestershire Parkway is for industrial logistics. And ma'am, I'll just finish. If you've got any questions on Savills' suppressed demand, just to let you know, yes, it has been around for a couple of years now, but it is increasingly widely used. It is endorsed by the British Property Federation as a preferred economic estimation model. It is referred to in employment evidence such as the West Midlands Strategic Employment Site Study of 2024. It is given regard in the Warehouse and Logistics in the South East Study 2022. It's used in the Southwest Hertfordshire Economic Study 2024. It was used to support the need case, which was accepted by the Secretary of State for the Hinkley. Hasn't done well as a scheme itself, but the need case was supported using suppressed demand, and the model's been used to support countless planning applications and draft and confirmed allocations up and down the country. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Would the council like to respond on any of those points?
Thank you, Mum. Yes. Just to say that through the methodology that's been used in calculating both the economic development needs assessment and the addendum, losses are taken into account generally. The method that has been used to inform the economic development needs assessment is compliant with planning practice guidance and national policy. Whilst we appreciate there are other methods to calculate requirement, this one has been used by our consultants elsewhere and been found sound. I would say that we're not seeing the requirement as a cap, and we wouldn't look unfavourably on other sites coming forwards if they are policy compliant and in a sustainable location, obviously subject to all other policies in the plan. And just finally, we are planning for the SWDPR area as a whole with regards to employment requirements. We're not sort of splitting that out by each local authority. As you'll be aware, Worcester City has a very tight boundary, so we do need to plan for the area as a whole rather than separately.
Thank you. Yes.
And probably just a couple more points just on the studies themselves. So the addendum looks at about the addendum statement, about 313 hectares over the 20-year period. We consider that a good and strong growth. That's about 15.7 hectares per annum. So that is a positive growth for South Worcestershire and allows for small and large premises to come forward. There was a comment on the difference between 2022 Edna and the 2024, with the 2022 being a higher figure and thus a preferred figure. The reason it was changed was primarily a data cleansing exercise, and so the base information was better in the 2024 information report. That data cleansing couldn't be undertaken for the oldest 2006 to 2011 past take-up. So that's the reason they were dropped out, not because they were strong. It just they were less reliable. And yes, both reports have taken account of that. The market indicators, market signals. We have consulted with commercial agents in both those studies.
Thank you. CPRE.
Thank you. I don't have any comment on the approach in general, except to just note, and I don't know what effect that the Savills approach is based on a national figure of 8%. And I don't know what would happen if you took a more local figure. So that was my only comment in regards to that. The 2 points we made specifically, which I'd just like to pick up on, is firstly the question of office development. And this is the one that slightly troubles us in terms of the amount of land that's being included for offices. And in our submission, at 3.11 of our submission, you'll see there is a table. And in that, we've considered a slightly reduced amount of hectarage for offices, with two things in mind. Sorry, I should just say before that in terms of offices, they've taken a completions approach, and some other authorities have looked at the employment figures, because offices tend to respond to employment needs, particularly, obviously. But based on the completions method that they've used, we've asked the question, is it right to assume that all offices will be one story? Which is the assumption within the EDNA. And it's quite a broad assumption and seems to apply across the board. It would apply to offices whether they were in the centre of Worcester or, on Parkway or wherever. So that leads to their low transfer from the office rate to the hectares. So our approach was to say, well, imagine that half of those were two-storey, which doesn't seem to us to be a particularly unlikely scenario. I mean, it's clear from their evidence that they consider that there may well be higher density office construction, but there doesn't seem to be any account taken of that in their figures. And then we've looked at the other question of whether there should be a reduction due to the increase of home working. We have reference to that, but we don't have any evidence. And I'm slightly concerned that these matters don't seem to have been worked on to assess what they might mean, even to get a conservative view of what effect they might have on office development. We're obviously keen to see office development. Well, we're keen to see the best use of land, and we're keen to see land in urban areas. So in terms of housing, we have a density policy to try and improve density, but the same approach isn't being taken with regards to offices. So the table sets out, and that's about 20 hectares. The other issue that we raised, and I just want to come back to, is the question of the negative development in Worcester. At the moment, what's happening with the negative development in Worcester is it's simply being discounted and lost in the system on the basis that, which we agree is absolutely sensible. You don't want to be assuming there'll be no industrial development in Worcester. But clearly that will have had an effect on the completions in areas around Worcester. And yet that isn't taken into account when one looks at the figures. So we consider that that should be taken into account. Now, we've looked at various ways of doing that. Unfortunately, because there doesn't seem to have been an examination that's helpful in terms of how much development in the surrounding areas, although we have that figure for the wider Worcester area, how much of that was actually meeting needs that should have been met in Worcester. It's slightly unclear to me in the evidence. That may be my fault, but it is. I think, therefore, there is a question mark on that. Both of those give us, in our view, something like 60 hectares more of capacity to look at. We don't go further than that. But that's where we've got to in terms of looking at the development. And I would just draw your attention back to 3.7 of the addendum, which is, if I can just bring it back up, which sets out the various results when they've talked to agents about the property market. And the thing I noticed is, firstly, there isn't a kind of suggestion that the need for very large sites. The shortfall, it seems to be for smaller sites. Equally, they're saying there isn't a very strong market for offices. Now, clearly, you want to provide enough that there is a market for offices, but that does also suggest that the points that we're making in terms of home working and things like that are valid. And there's no particular exceptional reason put in that list of things that are lacking, which would suggest to me suddenly there is a need for additional land for specific needs. Because, as we know, it's the quality of the land that's being provided as well as the quality that is important. But they're not suggesting, for example, that there's a need for a large 50-hectare logistics site or something like that, which would mean you would be looking for additional space. So that's just going through what we've come to in concern of those. And obviously, we will come back to some of those issues in relation to the sites that we're concerned about. But obviously, there are other sites we're not concerned about where you may come to conclusions about their landscape and other impacts. Thank you.
Could you turn your mic off?
Sorry.
It's all right. Thank you. There's a few points there. Would the council like to respond?
Thank you, yes. Just first on office space being considered single storey and the potential for considering it at a higher density. In the 2022 Economic Development Needs Assessment, that did consider office development as 2-storey premises. So that has been taken into account. But obviously with allocations, it's not possible to know how those developments will come forward in any great detail until such time as an application is received. The point around the decrease in requirement due to home working, again, it's an unknown. And although we have seen nationally some return to pre-pandemic working routines, we can't know whether that trend will continue or not. So it's a case of taking a cautious approach. What I would say is that if land is not coming forward for economic use that has been allocated, that can be looked at through plan review, and also the development management process would consider that if an application were to come forwards in the future.
Thank you. Briefly, would you like to come back?
Yeah, it's important to say the EDNA, the 2022 EDNA, had 2 stories. The EDNA addendum, which is what the figures that are in the modified, assume 1 story. They're all 3,900, if I get it from memory, 3,950 square meters to a hectare. So every office within the EDNA addendum is a 1-story office for the adding up of those figures. Well, that's what it says in the EDNA addendum. I have a page on it.
Yeah, can that be clarified?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So we did reduce the average development density between the original EDNA and the addendum. So the original EDNA was assuming 2 stories and above, so accounting for perhaps a higher density in city centre, but sort of took the realism that just wasn't coming forward and the prospects of that coming forward was quite limited as well. So we reduced the density. So that 3,900 is a 1 to 2 density business park type, so campus type development, so rather than more an average of sort of city centre plus that.
Thank you. Harris Lamb.
Thank you. Yeah, our concern is that the past trend-based data used for the forecasting analysis will have been distorted by a lack of available stock. And there are various references in both EDNA 2022 and 2024 to that. So, for example, at 3.2, the EDNA 2024 advises that there is significant evidence that industrial transactions have been hampered by a lack of available premises as a result of very low vacancy rates. Warehouse take-up in the most recent years has not been in line with national trends, despite the strategic locational advantage and requirements of the market for large premises. So, excuse me. It also advises that when new industrial warehousing developments have come available to the market, the interest in take-up of these units has been strong, and that vacancy rates remain low, and where new stock has come forward, the take-up has been very rapid. And at 3.5 overall, there are still limited choices for good quality employment land in South Worcestershire. The commercial agency commentary in the EDNA 2024 supports that. It advises the industrial warehouse market has been very strong. Stock remains limited. When it becomes available, it's been taken very quickly. And the biggest issue for industrial development is the limited amount of land designated for employment. And also at 3.11, importantly, a lack of choice of good quality industrial premises. Development sites across South Worcestershire over a number of years now is limiting take-up of industrial units. So it's our view that the 2024 figure should be preferred. There's a higher figure and is more likely to, sorry, the 2022 EDNA figure is more likely to be referred. It's a higher figure and is better capable of accommodating needs. So, thank you.
Thank you. Yes. So yes, there is certainly some signals that there is tightness in the market, particularly for industrial. We've looked to take that into account through looking at that buffer above the baseline forecast, and so taking that into account. And we also consider that, as I said before, that about 15.7 hectares per annum does allow for some larger sites to come forward. And in particular, yeah, it is important for South Worcestershire that, yes, some of those sites come forward quite quickly.
Thank you. Sorry. No, we're all looking to see each other. RCA.
Thank you, Mum. We support what colleagues have said, that historic take-up isn't a true indicator of the future demand, particularly given the recent economic context nationally and locally. The addendum does recognise, the Edna addendum does recognise that constrained supply is going to hide demand. So, this is going to limit the take-up rates. The papers go through two different models for predicting the employment demand / need, but chooses the lower one of the two rather than the higher one of the two, which, given how ambitious the plan is in terms of building new homes in particular, it's surprising. If there's going to be an increase in building and an increase in population, there's going to need to be an increase in warehousing, storage and distribution and other employment land. It is important to remember that employment sites are not just offices. So we're surprised that the higher number wasn't taken of the two models rather than the lower. It seems quite cautious and backwards facing rather than positively forward facing to support the plan. And as other colleagues have mentioned, it increases flexibility, and they're unlikely to all be built out if they're not needed. It gives flexibility, it gives choice. There are many different kinds of employment uses that need different kinds of sites, and they all need to be available. We have clients, Habits Land Management, who I'm representing, they included, who know that it is difficult if you have specific requirements because you're an existing business. You can't necessarily fit yourself into a different existing unit if there's only one type available. The flexibility and the choice of the different locations and sizes needs to be available. So in the first instance, we would support the use of the other model that has the higher number. But if should you decide that it is for the council to decide which model they pursue, we would certainly support a buffer for flexibility, because if the choice isn't there, we are so close to other districts here that businesses may go elsewhere. Thank you.
Yeah, would you like to respond?
Thank you, yes. The figure that we are looking to plan for includes a 5-year take-up buffer, as you've mentioned, to allow flexibility and choice. And as I've already mentioned, we do not see this requirement as an upper limit. We would not stop granting applications, providing they're policy compliant and in a sustainable location for employment land, if they were to come forwards above and beyond that requirement.
Obviously, we're moving on to that in the next question somewhat as well. Mr. McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mum, and I'll be brief, and I appreciate just what the council said just now and what they sort of said just earlier on in the words of the colleagues around the table. I mean, the only point I want to make is, obviously, we are in an area that there's a very high demand that's been documented in the evidence base, and we support that underlying figure in the plan, and there's going to be continued high demand going forward. Looking at it from a policy standpoint, the plan is reliant on some big, complicated sites coming forward, and they will inevitably take time to deliver. My client's very neutral about the delivery of those. But in terms of sort of slightly reducing the employment land requirements, or picking up on what the respondent from Savile was saying, that the modest underestimation of employment land requirements, surely that's got to be harmful and counterintuitive to what national guidance is telling us. Thank you.
You may have responded already, I'm not sure. I'll give you the opportunity to go and come back on that one. So moving on to question 71, this is about the buffer. So what is the justification for the inclusion of supply buffer equal to 5 years worth of take-up rates? So exam 25 explains the buffer is to allow flexibility, which we've just touched on. The council statement provides justification on that. I know there are representatives asking why the buffer has not been applied to Worcester City specifically. So I don't know if you could answer that one, and then I'll move around the room.
Yes, of course. Unfortunately, in Worcester City, we have seen a downward trend in employment land, mainly seeing losses year on year overall. Therefore, it was felt through the Economic Development Needs Assessment that it would be excessive to apply a buffer to the Worcester City requirement in that case. So the 5-year take-up buffer has only been applied to the figures for Wyche Haven and Malvern Hills.
RCA.
Thank you, Mum. We understand the logic behind that to an extent, but don't agree with it, because if effectively businesses are closing in Worcester, it's most likely because they would like to relocate elsewhere. So we think that the buffer should be included on those numbers so that those relocations can stay within the South Worcestershire area and stay local. Thank you.
Do you want to respond with anything on that? Or, I mean, yeah.
So, yes, the reason it wasn't applied to Worcester City was because, unlike the other two council areas, we just took the gains rather than the net figures. So it was inherently a more positive position anyway. So to then add a further buffer to that, we felt was too excessive.
Okay, question 72. Is the proposed allocation of 290.7 hectares, now updated to 288.9 hectares of employment land, justified, and would it be effective? So, as I understand it, the baseline updated need is to be met entirely by the allocations that's set out in the council's statement. And then when supply and completions or commitments are taken into account, there'd be a modest oversupply, or I don't know if that's exactly the correct wording, but a surplus of employment land to 2041. Can you, council, just confirm that that's right? Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So on that basis, I think I'll just open that to discussion. CPRE is yours.
Sorry, I want to say something about the 5% buffer. I think.
Sorry.
I think
Yeah, by all means, go back to that.
I apologise. I think my thing was that.
Well, then that's my fault. So carry on.
Okay, it's only very brief. We agree with the approach to having a 5% buffer in general, but we do note, coming back to that issue of the crossover between Worcester and Wyche Haven and Malvern, that is providing, in effect, a very large buffer. But also the question of whether it should be applied to offices, given the state of the office market and the things that are said in the evidence about the office market. So we have a question as to whether the office market should be taken into account. That was the only point I want to make on that. Thank you.
Could you turn your mic off, please?
Sorry.
It's all right, thank you. Would the council like to respond on that particular point on offices?
Look, we agree that the office market is a softer market. We did apply it throughout to take that position of growth and positivity for the market.
So we'll go back to question 72 and Harris Lamb.
Thank you. Yes, our concern is that elements of the supply are fragile. There's a geographical imbalance as well. So the majority of allocations carried forward, which between them equate to about 52 hectares of employment land, are in Wychavon district. Sorry, 39 hectares of employment land. And the Hedner advises, or Hedner 2024 advises at paragraph 3.10, that in Wychavon, readily deliverable sites have been largely taken up, and the several remaining sites are more difficult to bring forward. This includes the strategic reallocation sites, which are likely to be long-term opportunities and require infrastructure development to come forward. We're also concerned that the new settlements won't come forward as quickly as anticipated, but we'll pick that up in a bit more detail tomorrow and the day after. And then finally, in the geographical distribution, we're concerned about the lack of employment land directed towards Worcester City. So again, the Edna 2024 advised at paragraph 3.9 that Worcester City has been hampered by a lack of development land for several years, given its tight boundaries. 4.5, there's a deficit of employment land in Worcester. At table A11, supply versus demand. The supply of employment land in Worcester City is 10.59 hectares compared to a demand for 32.2 hectares. And in SWDPR 11 supporting text, it states that the loss of existing and allocated employment sites, which cannot be replaced by new site allocations to support employment in the city, is a significant problem. It is limiting the growth of local economic activity. And my client has sites available at Worcester City that are readily available for employment allocations. And we think they should be included within the plan. Thank you.
Okay, would the council like to respond on those points?
Thank you. Yes, the new settlements that are being allocated within this plan, there is no reason why employment land could not come forward sooner. On many of them, that employment land is within single ownership and in a very good strategic location for employment land, and there would be nothing to stop that land coming forward before residential or wider development. The deficit of supply in Worcester is no surprise given the tight geographic boundary around the city. Hence, we're undertaking a joint plan and planning for the area as a whole. These strategic sites are in locations that can help to meet some of that deficit. And as has already been mentioned, there is a large proportion of employment land being delivered on those strategic sites, as well as smaller sites around the city as well.
Mr. Poole?
Yes, I'll try this. The geographical spread is the thing that really jumps out of the page at you. That there is sort of various talk about the wider Worcester area, and everybody's saying there's huge demand around the wider Worcester area, but because of the tight constraints of Worcester City, some of that demand must be met through the other authorities. And I don't think anybody would disagree with that. But what has happened in terms of the allocation is that the Malvern Hills allocation, which I'm particularly interested in, although Malvern Hills comes right up close to Worcester City boundary, the allocations of Malvern Hills land are dotted all around the area. They are not in the area where the prime demand clearly is. And having touched on this concept of the wider Worcester area in some of the eDNA material, it's then been totally ignored in terms of the allocations. The allocations are simply done by reference to what's been made available in the different district areas, whether they're anywhere near Worcester or not. And appropriate planning should have reflected the fact that some of this demand is clearly, everybody agrees, pent-up demand of Worcester with its tight boundaries, and that's where the development is required.
I'm turning the mic off. Okay.
Thank you. I think it might be helpful just to provide some clarification that the references to the wider Worcester area is not a concept, it's an entity. So the wider Worcester area is predominantly the urban extensions around Worcester City, which feeds through from the current SWDP. And it's worth noting that 20 hectares of employment land included in the South Worcestershire, the South Worcester urban extension, and 5 hectares on the West Worcester urban extension. Development is already coming forward on the South Worcester urban extension as part of the St Modwyn mixed residential and employment permission. And the employment elements on both urban extensions are very well located, close to, in the case of South Worcester, the M5 motorway, and in the case of West Worcester, the A4440 Southern Link Road. So good accessibility, and on the edge of the site, so not a great deal of upfront infrastructure is required in order to deliver on those sites early. And the same can be said for the strategic sites in the plan review. Thank you.
Sorry, I think RCA had, well, I've lost my order now, so I'm going to go with RCA and then I'll come to Savills.
Thank you, ma'am. As stated in my previous comments, we think this number should be higher than 288 hectares being allocated for. We agree with previous comments made on the delivery of some of the larger sites and particularly those within the strategic allocations, that they are likely to be longer and more complicated to deliver and might not be available as quickly as we might hope, which would then, yeah, and there are some specific issues with some of the proposed site allocations that will obviously be picked up on the day that we go through the allocations. But we do think that the allocation should go further, and particularly that there should be some more smaller sites to allow flexibility and speedier delivery. Thank you.
Do you want to come back on that, or?
Just 2 points. We're not only planning to meet the needs of Worcester City, although that is a core area of the South Worcestershire Council's area, we are also planning to meet the needs for Malvern Hills and Witch Haven. And also we have allocated employment sites that we consider to be deliverable throughout the plan period. They still need to be considered available and meet that test, and we have evidence based on that for each of our allocations.
Thank you. Savills.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll be brief. We consider the amount of employment land allocated to be justified, albeit, you know, there's a modest under-provision against Savills demand estimates, as I've discussed. Without stating the obvious, ma'am, what's really important, though, is to allow the landowners and developers to make the investment in the employment premises that create the jobs that this area needs, especially the incoming residents. What is needed is an adopted plan. So just to sort of make that point, ma'am, it's absolutely critical that, you know, a plan is in place sooner rather than later to help sort of deal with some of these severe supply shortages in the economy.
RCA, is that from last time? I don't want to miss. Yeah, thank you. So we'll move then to policy 11, which is about providing the right land and buildings for jobs. Question 73 is criterion C consistent with the framework in respect of paragraph 87 and the sequential test for town centres. I think there might have been a little bit of confusion as to whether this question did relate to policy 11 and not 12 in the council statement, but it is about 11. So the question really being asked is whether the requirements of that particular criterion in the employment policy align with those in policy 12, which is about town centre uses, vitality and viability, and whether it's consistent with the framework as well. So it's a question for the council, really. There are some amendments proposed to policy 12, but not to policy 11 on that. And if you're on the spot, that's fine. We can, that can be taken away.
If we could take that away and come back, that would be good. Thank you.
Was I clear in what I said? Yes. Yeah, paragraph 87, if I didn't say that of the framework. Anyone else with anything on 73? Doesn't look like it. Okay, so we'll move to question 74, still on policy 11. What is the justification for the 13 strategic employment sites designated? Now, the authorities have confirmed that the removal of that list from the policy, I think due to variation in site sizes, you're proposing to take that list out.
We have since reflected upon that answer, I'm afraid to say. And considering that there have been no objections raised in other written statements with regards to that list of strategic employment sites, we have revisited it and felt it was a mistake to suggest removing that list. Site size is not always determinative of whether a site would be considered a strategic employment site. These are sites that we consider to be of importance due to both their location, their performance, and or their employment offer, as well as size. So we would like to propose a revised modification, I think that's the right way to put it, to retain that list, please.
So it's probably just the deletion of
Yeah, we just withdraw that.
rather than a new one. Yeah, okay. So the site would the list would remain as F in the submitted. So my question on that is whether criterion A needs to reference the fact that those sites are allocated on the policies map. It's a small point, but I'm not sure it mentions anywhere else that they are on the map. So that's just one to take away, really. And there's a new criterion suggested at E in the MMs that relates to the setting of the national landscape and mitigation. And I just had a question as to whether that wasn't covered in another policy somewhere else. Again, they're relatively minor points. So it's criterion A and E, if the council could have a look at those. So if we move on to policy 12, that's the promotion of town, district and local centres. So there are some MMs to this one as well. I think to add in a reference to district and local centres rather than just defined centres in C. There's also a reference to farm shops, garden centres, petrol filling stations in the brackets that has been inserted. And I think the reason for that is it says it's intended to ensure consistency with paragraph 87 of the framework. My question really on that is whether those are main town centre use proposals. Sorry, I'm talking about the farm shops, garden centre.
Yes, with those uses, we are aware that the retail element on those uses can be quite significant. So we were trying to, through that modification, trying to capture that mainly.
again, can you have a look at it? Is that all right? That one again needs I think that needs a reference at A to the policies map as well, and there's a little speller in C, but honestly, that's fine. I'm leaving that there. So we'll move to question 75, which is the new centres for the strategic sites and how those are reflected. So again, there's an to policy 12B to clarify that new centres will form part of the hierarchy through a future plan review. I think I'll just open the discussion there unless you wanted to introduce that, yeah?
If I could just say one thing, we would like to propose a further modification to include the new centres within the hierarchy, but with planned in brackets coming afterwards. This is really to ensure that those new centres would not be required to meet the sequential test at application stage as they are planned, and we are expecting those centres to come forwards. And we would also then be identifying where in the hierarchy those centres would sit. So for Worcestershire Parkway, that would be a town centre. For Throckmorton, that would be a district centre, and then for Rushwick, a local centre.
And Madam, if I may, I think what we're proposing is that we just make that clear in the paragraph immediately below table 4. So we simply just say, for example, a new town centre is planned for Worcestershire Parkway, district centre for Throckmorton, and a local centre for Rushwick. So those would be the modifications that we'd seek just for those words there.
And what about the point on the sequential and impact test? Would that go in there, or is that just, you explained that as part of the approach? I just wondered where that was reflected.
I think by adding those planned centres to the hierarchy table, that would that would address that point.
Fine, thank you. Okay, town legal.
Thank you, Ma'am. We've obviously only just heard the proposed modifications, but we consider them to be very helpful in addressing our clients' concerns. As you know, Homes England and Summit control the land for the town centre at Worcestershire Parkway, very much committed to creating a vibrant heart early in the development and establishing that through early phase development and securing investment as well. A policy which is not ambiguous and that provides certainty of where the centre is going to sit in the hierarchy is helpful in achieving that purpose and in achieving early delivery. Just to re-emphasise our support for the approach that's just outlined.
Thank you. Nobody else? Okay, 76 has been answered, so we'll move on. 77. What is the justification for the defined town centre boundaries, primary shopping areas and primary shopping frontages, and are they based on up-to-date evidence? So those are based on the retail and town centres through 2019 and the district and local centres review of 2021. There are some updated changes for the mapping as a result of those. I've seen the council statement on that. I don't have any other points unless anybody else does. No. Question 78, does criterion H serve a clear purpose? I think there's an to remove that because it repeats policy 10, so we don't need to go there either unless anybody else does. Okay. So if we move to policy 13, which is non-allocated employment development, question 79 says, given the development plan should read as a whole, does criterion 6 serve a purpose? Again, I don't think we need to go there. There's an agreement that will come out. Question 80 is the justification for the removal of permitted development rights as set out in B, and whether that's consistent with paragraph 54 of the framework, that says that conditions should not be used to restrict national permitted development rights unless there is a clear justification to do so. So I've read your statement, and you are saying that it is justified and provided some examples, and I've noted those. So we did wonder whether it's just that that criterion B needs some qualifying, really, to refer to that clear justification required by the framework, because otherwise it's in danger of not looking like it's in line with it.
We're happy to take that away.
Yeah,
Madam
okay, thank you. So we're moving to policy 14 and question 81, which is about employment in rural areas. Again, we're on the national permitted development rights, and would the safeguarding of existing employment sites in rural areas in A be effective? So the tension there, I think, is with paragraph 1, 2, 3 of the framework. That requires authorities to take a positive approach to applications for alternative uses of land, which is currently developed but not allocated. And that there's criterion A gives support to proposals to use for employment land for homes in some circumstances. So it's just whether there's a tension there. And again, it might be a case of qualifying.
We'll take that away as well, Madam.
So it's about whether the loss would undermine key economic sectors, I think is the wording. So yeah, okay, thank you. So question 82, paragraph 43 of supporting text rather than the policy 14 refers to requirement for the marketing of vacant sites before conversion to an alternative use. And the question is whether that would be effective. So you've provided a proposed to move that paragraph into the policy and then refer to Annex B at the end. So I'm not sure if it's clear from that, let me find it, what Annex B concerns. So it might be helpful just to say, it just says shall meet Annex B without explaining what's in Annex B. So just to be clear that is about marketing. And obviously that applies to more than just this policy, doesn't it? So yeah. And then presumably the supporting text at 4.3 is to go, because it's been moved. Right, okay. I don't have anything else on 82 then. Okay. So question 83 is about criterion D in related to isolating dwellings and whether that's consistent with paragraph 80 of the framework. That relates to the avoidance of isolated homes in the countryside, but obviously then sets out a number of exceptions. So there are some MMs on that as well. Could you explain those rather than me tripping over? There's a few.
Yes, of course. So the modifications being proposed specifically to criterion D, mainly look at including, again, relating back to Annex B, and we can clarify that further as just discussed, and then adding a second part to criterion D, really to identify where it is essential need for a rural worker dwelling in relation to farm businesses. We would like to just propose a further very minor modification to this policy with regards to the wording of D. Currently, we are suggesting where planning permission is required for the residential conversion of isolated rural buildings in employment use, we would just like to add in brackets or last in employment use after that point, and then it will be granted where.
Okay, thank you. Right, so that concludes matter 8. Thanks everybody for your contributions. So I think if we have a break now. 11? A bit quicker. If we could resume at 11, if that's all right, gives 20 minutes, and then we'll be moving on to Mitten. Thank you.
Right, good morning, everybody. It's now just past 11 o'clock and the hearing is resumed. We're moving on now to our next matter, which relates to the proposals at Mitten. Before we get into discussing what we need to talk about, I think for the benefit of people in the room and anyone watching online, just go around the introductions again. So start with the councils.
Thank you, sir. Good morning again. My name is Miss Suzanne Ormsby, King's Counsel, and I represent the three councils promoting this plan. And to my right, from Wychhaven and Malvern Hills councils, I have Mr. MacLeod, Mr. Lee, and Miss Duggan. And then to her right, I also have Mr. Davison from Lepers Consulting, who you know prepared the HRA. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning. Lytton for Mitten. That is John Lytton, King's Counsel for the Mitten allocation. And I am assisted today with Mr. Bonehill, who is immediately to my left from RBS, if necessary, and then two technical consultants. Michael Neeps from EPD on ecology, if that's necessary, and also Kay Nichols, of course it is, apologies, Kay Nichols from PGA on transport and highways matters, again, if that's necessary.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, madam. My name is Piers Riley-Smith. I'm a barrister instructor on behalf of Breedon and Breedon's Norton Parish Council. And as you'll be aware, that's the parish in which this allocation is occurring. Just to introduce the team, I'm instructed by Matthew McFeely of Richard Buxton's. To my left is Ben Carpenter of Bioscan. And sir, madam, I hope you've seen the ecology note on curlews that is at Annex 1 of our hearing statement. To my right is Mr. Bruce Bamber of Railton TPC Limited. He did the traffic note, which is Annex 2 to the hearing statement. And just to slightly further contextualise myself, Mr. McFeely and Mr. Bamber, we were all part of the Rule 6 team that was at the inquiry in 2022 that led to the dismissal of the appeal for, I think, what's called now Part A of this allocation.
Good morning. I am Councillor Mike Stamiak, and I'm Tewkesbury Councillor for North Tewkesbury and Twinning Ward, and I'm also a Town Councillor, Tewkesbury Town Council.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Councillor Philip Workman, also covering Tewkesbury North and Twinning Ward, which is adjacent to the application site. Thank you.
Good morning. Al Kent from Gloucestershire County Council. Good morning. Matthew Jopp, Highway Development Management at Gloucestershire County Council.
Good morning, Rhys Sadler from Marrons, here on behalf of the North Ashurst Consortium.
Thank you and welcome to you all. Okay, so we're going to go on, and I think we will go through broadly the themes set out in the questions we've posed in the MIQs. As with some of the other sessions, we've got a lot of further information, a lot of helpful stuff coming through the statement, so some will run on longer than others. As we've said at the opening, we're aware there is a live planning application at the moment relating to part of the site. That's not for us. That's a matter to be dealt with by the respective council. So we're not going to go into the merits of that in any way at all. We don't want to fetter decision makers in that. And just really to remind people, we're here really to deal with the soundness questions, and there may be some link into legal compliance as well with the HRA issue about this site. So those are our concerns, and we will be applying what we hear and what we read in terms of the test of soundness. It is a different process to a planning application process, but I think most people around the table will appreciate that. But if need be, we can explain that further as we go on. Okay, so let's start at the beginning. I think it would be useful to invite the councils to outline the origins of the proposal through previous rounds of plan making and the duty to cooperate, and the site selection process. And a thought that occurred to me yesterday on the train just... It's okay. No one's been harmed by that incident, I trust. Okay. Yeah, thought that occurred to me yesterday is that in terms of the history of the conceptualization of this site, we have a proposal for, say, around 1,000 dwellings. Did it start at that, or did it start as 500 meeting Tewkesbury's needs? It's just a contextual point. It's not anything that particularly anything's got to turn on, but it would be helpful to understand the process. So, the councils, please. Mr. McLeod.
Thank you, sir. So there is obviously a long history to this site. It goes back to the joint core strategy, which was prepared, including Tewkesbury. And if you look at Tewkesbury's position on this, 500 houses was proposed at that point in time. I believe then the proposal sort of extended out to 1,000. So in direct answer to your question, the initial proposal was for 500 homes. That was reflected within their joint core strategy. We worked towards a statement of common grounds with them at that point in time to that effect. Obviously, they went through then their public inquiry on the joint core strategy. The inspector's report supported the principle of Mytton as a location for development on the basis, obviously, as it being cross-boundary and helping to meet some of Tewkesbury's needs. So that position with Tewkesbury has been pretty consistent since then. There's obviously been the subsequent appeal on the site and plan application and appeal, but the cross-boundary need is fairly clear, and that continues to this day. So Tewkesbury's position is still that they require the site. They don't have a 5-year housing land supply currently, and there's certainly still a need for this development to come forward to help them meet them in some of their unmet housing needs.
Okay, thank you. So at what point did the site turn into a site to meet the needs of Tewkesbury, to a site that meets part of the need for this plan?
Yeah, so obviously then looking at our own site selection process, there was potential to look at a bigger site here. We considered that obviously through the SA process as well. This site has the potential to accommodate more housing. It obviously goes with Mytton A and Mytton B. We assessed that site as a whole in terms of the SA and felt it was a sustainable location for growth beyond the 500, which was initially put forward.
Okay, thank you. And actually, before we open it up, maybe move on to the next question we posed. Just very briefly remind us, because you have this in your statement, how the extent of the proposed allocation was defined. How the extent of the proposed allocation was defined?
Of course. So there's clearly defined boundaries there. There's more an area of more landscape significance, obviously, to the north of the site, which we've suggested be retained in terms of openness and its contribution towards BNG. We've looked then at obviously there's potential sort of flood risk to the joining the site to the east, and the topography helps to sort of mitigate that to a certain extent. But the boundary reflects what I would say are the constraints and some of the physical constraints then in terms of the road infrastructure which is there currently. So there's clearly defined boundaries to the site, but we've sought to keep an area, particularly to the northwestern corner, separated and protected in terms of, because that has a more significant landscape impact. And obviously we've suggested in the concept plan that that can help meet its BNG requirements on site.
Thank you. Open it up to the room if anyone wants to make any comments about the site in principle and the process that led to that. Piers Riley-Smith.
Yes, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I think we've taken the first two questions together, so I'll try and address them together. The concern of the parish council is that it has not been a robust process in selecting this site, and that has led to issues in terms of the extent of the allocation defined. and the headline point is those issues render the allocation as a whole unsound. If I can expand on those points, in terms of why the parish council doesn't believe that the process has been robust, I think that the council's hearing statement recognises that part of the robust process has to be evidence gathering. And the parish council would say, and I appreciate there's going to be crossover between points, and I don't want to keep repeating the same points, but I hope this is appropriate scene setting, the ramifications of which will be explored later. There were 3 gaps in the evidence gathered to support the allocation that means it wasn't robust. The first gap or lacuna was in relation to curlews. And in particular, there are 2 still, as our understanding, points that are missing, which should have been considered earlier. The first is whether curlews are actually present on the site. We know, I think, that the council's ecologists found evidence of curlews in May 24. So I'll just give you the reference for that. That's at 2.4.5 of exam document 16. And the issue is, of all the surveying the developers have done, this is set out in Annex 1, but I'll just summarise the headline point. All the surveying the developers have done, only 1 was actually in the relevant time for curlews, and that was back in 2017. So no up-to-date evidence as to whether curlews are present on the site, with indications that they are. Still under this first lacuna of curlews, the second missing element, which we'll come to later on, is mitigation in relation to the functionally linked land, and actually what mitigation can be provided. The second lacuna, which we will discuss in much more detail, I'm sure, further on, is in relation to highways. And just to note that, back in November 2022, Inspector Boniface dismissed an appeal for a smaller proposal on an unrobust transport assessment and a lack of confidence in modelling. That was 2.5 years ago. The first new modelling we really got was in December 2024 with the M5 Junction 9 modelling report. And even then, as you'll be aware from the council's hearing statement, the county council had some concerns with that. Further modelling in February 25. And in fact, there are still some concerns, and we're told the developer's doing even more modelling. There is a real lack of agreed, accepted, credible, Mr. Bamber raises concerns, modelling as to the highway impacts. And given the refusal in November 22 as part of this robust process for choosing the site, we would have expected to see something much earlier to explain why it's appropriate. The third one, very briefly, but this will then lead into the parish council's response on the actual extent. Just a very brief point on landscape. As far as the parish council can tell, there's been no specific landscape assessment that supports the allocation of this site in this plan. What we have is a landscape and visual sensitivity study which supported the joint core strategy. That's at Appendix 5 of our Reg 19 response, and I'll come to refer to it in a bit when discussing a point. But if that's right, given this site's location and the potential impact it has on the Cotswold National Landscape, we would have expected a robust selection process to examine in landscape terms, supported by a specific landscape assessment, as it were, the sensitivities of this. If it is right that we've only got the 2016 study to go on that supported the JCS, well, as I'm going to come on to, that raises some problems. So, in answer to the first question, is it a robust process? No, because there were 3 lacuna, at least, we say, curlews, highways, and landscape, that should have been at the start of the process to determine whether this is an appropriate site, rather than attempting to retrofit at the end. In terms of whether the extent is justified, I hope it assists to sort of set this all out. In terms of whether the extent is justified, there are 2 points which we say make the extent not being justified. And if I may take them in turn, the first is going to be curlews and the buffer zone, because that relates to extent in part. The second relates to landscape. In terms of curlews, if I may take you, sir and madam, to our hearing note, if you have it before you, because I think a picture is better than 1,000 words, and there is a useful figure in our hearing note. It's figure 1. And what that overlays is the various buffer zones that are recommended by various bodies on top of the concept plan. So, madam, I'll just let you get that. It's at page 3 of our hearing statement. And there are 3 dotted lines that have been added over it, and those dotted lines reflect. The orange line is the 400-metre buffer, which is recommended by the council's own ecologist, Lepus Consulting, who did the council's plan HRA. The 360-metre buffer, that's the red line, is what Mr. Carpenter says might be achievable as a strict minimum. And the black dashed line, the 300-metre buffer, is what Natural England say in their February 24 letter. That's exam document 8. That's the one that in their December statement of common ground they continue to rely upon. But it's very important to note in relation to that 300-metre buffer, they say that would have to be alongside a large hedgerow being created and enhanced along the whole of Breedon Road. The reason, sir, madam, I take you to that figure is, in terms of extent, whatever buffer you use, even if we take Natural England's laxest buffer of 300, it's covering a fair proportion of development area and the school, and critically, it's covering the access to the site itself, which of course you wouldn't be able to have if you gave Natural England the large hedge along the whole of Breedon Road. This is such a critical point in terms of development extent and why it can be said that development in any of those buffers is justified. I just want to very briefly hand over to Mr. Carpenter, the ecologist, to explain if, and if not why, you can't have the things that are currently shown on the concept plan in the buffer, what issues it causes.
We will come back to this point later on. If you want to do it briefly now, that could save us some time later on.
Yes, well, that's what I'm hoping. Is that
so if you do this briefly now, that would be really helpful.
Yes.
So yes, the development within the buffer comprises, as my colleague said, the roundabouts, the access into the development. Such works could disturb the curlew using the functioning link land, not only for nesting but also for their foraging. They don't just need land for nesting; they also need it for foraging as well. There's also the urbanisation arising from the development. So there will be also increase in lighting. So these roundabouts will have to be lit, and due to the Breedon Road sitting on a ridge, such lighting could then fall into the functioning link land. And there's also risk of vehicles exiting the development with a headlight shining down into the functioning link land, which could then affect the curlew and the way that they breed, which then could in turn affect the integrity of the, adversely affects the integrity of the Severn Estuary SPA, which curlew is a water bird assemblage feature of that site.
So the concluding point on this first element is, well, how is the extent of the proposed allocation justified in terms of buffer zones and curlew mitigation? Well, at this point in time, there isn't anything addressing how, seemingly to us, addressing how they can fit together. And it's of concern that I think a main modification has been to simply push it to the application stage and wouldn't say deal with it then, but that isn't a sound approach given this seeming conflict. Then the final point on this is just, given I know the council's representative mentioned it, about landscape, if I may. And again, it saves me making these points later on, so I hope it's appropriate to deal with now. I think so. Your question about the evolution of the site is a pertinent one, particularly in relation to landscape, because the expansion of the site from effectively A to B moving up north brings it into this area of more susceptible and vulnerable visual and landscape sensitivity. And it's unclear how that has been reflected in the extent of the allocation. And if I may, at this point, I think that point is well illustrated by the 2016 sensitivity study, which, again, on our understanding, is the only study that actually looks at the site from a landscape sensitivity point of view. If I may give the reference as to where that's found, it's Appendix 5 of the Parish Council's Reg 19 response. And again, because it's got a very useful diagram, I would, if possible, ask a new madam to have it in front of you, because I think it does help on this point. So what the 2016 study, which examines the sensitivity of the site, finds, first of all, it makes a number of recommendations at 4.22 of the study. And those recommendations include concentrating development to the southern part of the site and concentrating development to the lower lying, less prominent topography. And that's illustrated by figure 4.2 in the study, which sets out where these areas are of higher and lower sensitivity. And it shows that the particular band of higher sensitivity that runs effectively to the left of the ridge runs along the Breedon Road above Mitten Lodge, running up to Hardwick House. And the simple point is, what this allocation has done is have development within that higher visibility area and within that high landscape sensitivity area. And also, interestingly, compared to the joint core strategy, it expands the red line of the allocation. In the JCS allocation, it's shown by the red line on figure 4.2, it excludes the corner of the site, which is where the highest sensitivity. This allocation includes it. And so this expanded extent, this is why I thought it appropriate to deal with it under this question, the expanded red line and extent of development is actually bringing development into the most sensitive area of the site, not just open space and BNG, it's bringing built development into this area. And that's of particular concern because this is the area that affects the national landscape. This is the 2016 report makes that clear at 419 because it talks about sites within the national landscape and into visibility. And that, of course, is the Section 85 duty we're going to come on to talk about. So there hasn't seemingly been, in choosing the extent of the allocation, any recognition or dealing with bringing built development closer to the national landscape into the most sensitive area of the site, contrary to the only landscape study we have. And that raises a question of soundness in terms of being justified. So that is why the parish councils say no, not only has the process not been robust, but the particular choices as to the extent of development and the extent of the red line of the allocation is not justified.
Thank you. Before asking the council to respond on the landscape point, are we right in thinking that the position of the parish council is one of objection in principle to any development there, but without there being a nuance of a smaller development may be acceptable on the lower land? Is it just a all or nothing, or some nuanced position in between?
The overarching point is an objection in principle to this area. Now, of course, we recognise, and I think it was recognised certainly in 2022 as well, the more you limit development to the southern part of the site, I hope I'm getting my directions right, but more towards the built development, the more acceptable it becomes. But that's not to say, as it were, that the parish council would be content with A, but not A and B, as shown by our resistance to the 2022 appeal decision. So we do recognise there is a scale of sensitivity here, but at the moment we've not seen an alternative proposal that would limit it to such an extent in that south part of the site as to be acceptable.
Thank you, that's helpful. Indeed, there isn't an alternative proposal, but it's just really to understand where the parish council is coming from. That's helpful. Mr. MacLeod?
Thank you. So I'll deal with the landscape point first. So as I said in my opening comments, we've sought to protect the most significant areas of landscape and kept those away from development. So if you look at the concept plan itself, the area which I was referring to, obviously to the northwest, that is on the higher ground. So we've specifically excluded that area. That is a significant area of the site which we've sought to protect. And include that as GI green open space. So we acknowledge the landscape does slope up to that northwest corner, but in terms of the concept plan, we've clearly protected that area. And if you look at that landscape report, which was being referred to, the areas of highest significance are all excluded from development. So we've been quite specific in terms of taking the landscape impacts into account. It's worth sort of recognising the impacts in terms of the perceived impacts in terms of the AONB. If you look at the sites in terms of the Cotswolds AONB, we've got obviously the M5, we've got the railway line, we've got the settlement of Breedon, separating this site from the AONB itself. So it's nearly from the centre of the site, it's between 3 and 4 kilometres away from the area of outstanding natural beauty. This issue was considered in the first appeal on Mitten A, and the inspector clearly concluded there that the views and the impacts on the site, his comments are barely perceptible and certainly not prominent, and that was in relation to Mitten A. This obviously extends that allocation to the north. As I said, when you see this site, our focus to the north in the extension is to keep it in the lower lying ground. So again, our view is that the impacts from Cotswolds AONB will be limited. And this was looked at in detail in terms of the first application, and the inspector obviously didn't feel on that one that when he was looking at it that there was a perceptible impact on the AONB itself. Do you want me to go on to do, or should we leave Curlews for? I'm happy to get on to Curlews now. Would you rather?
I think we'll come back to that discrete topic, if that's okay, because otherwise we might be jumping around a bit, and what my old brain can deal with. So we'll keep pressing on, really just following the broad flow set out in our questions. So in terms of the landscape study, I've just got on this laptop and the plan, just having a look at what you're explaining about the concept plan and the different areas, etc., sensitivity. So in terms of the evidence base then, did you make an assessment of the ongoing relevance of the study? Because accepting that things like landscape studies may not actually change very much over time, it's one of the things that the Local Plans Procedure Guide suggests may not need to be updated every 2 years.
And we did look at the landscape again, and that was included within the SA locations assessment. So we looked at landscape as part of that, and again the conclusion specifically in relation to the AONB and the wider landscape. So the previous report was also there, but we did then take that into account again when we were looking at the SA and the merits of Mitten as a wider location.
Okay, thank you. Okay, just looking around the table. Does anyone want to cover any of those points at this stage? Because we will come back to the detail as the day progresses. No? Okay, we'll move on. discrete point, I think, about the structure of the policy. We had discussions at various points last week about how this site came about through the duty to cooperate. We fully understand that now. Just really posed the question, should the policy, should we find it sound, be more explicit as to the apportionment of part of the site to Tewkesbury Borough Council in terms of the need? I think we discussed that, didn't we, and discussed a possible name modification. Has anyone got any views on that at this point? No? Move on, so, yeah.
Sorry, are we talking about the question 158 here, about the duty to cooperate, I take it? That's what we're talking about. Yeah.
We had a discussion last week in terms of legal compliance about duty to cooperate, just so really so we could understand where this need came from. I think we're happy to hear what you have to say on that. I think we need to know what we know what we need to know on that from our point of view, but if you're very happy to hear your comments on that.
Yes, thank you. I think I just want to make the point from the people of Tewkesbury and where we live in Gloucestershire, and that is that the Joint Core Strategy site wasn't consulted. This site wasn't consulted upon in that Joint Core Strategy of Tewkesbury, Cheltenham, and Gloucester. And I think in many ways the people feel that they haven't been consulted in that area. And in many ways, this being in a different authority, it's something that's being done to them rather than done with them. I know a lot of residents have responded to the consultation of this, but I think there is that underlying feeling that they haven't really been involved and maybe not appreciated as much as they would have been by their own authority had they been dealing with this. And I think you could contrast the approach that's been taken with the garden towns, whereby there's been much more engagement with the local community around those development sites, as opposed to this particular one. And I think it'd be remiss of me not to comment and make that point here today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I've invited Mr. McLeod to comment briefly on that, but I suppose it's an inevitable consequence of a planned boundary coming hard up against the urban area of a neighbouring settlement. We do have a considerable number of representations from residents of Tewkesbury, which we read and were taken into account. Maybe Mr. McLeod could just explain what he's tried to do through the consultation in terms of actually engaging and consulting people beyond the boundary.
Yes, and obviously the way this proposal has come about has meant that with the cross-boundary nature of it, that the focus on the consultation has obviously been through the plan that we've been preparing and which we're examining today, and that has been the subject of extensive public consultation. And I think that, as you've said there, is reflected in the comments we've received both from the parish council and residents in relation to this proposal. So it's a well-known scheme and it has been extensively consulted upon.
And of course, there has been agreement between the Tewkesbury Borough Council and the councils here in order to progress that through the duty to cooperate in any event. I think maybe something is in translation, possibly, but I think it's a fair point. Mr. Slay.
Okay, I'm sorry I wasn't here at the start. My name's Neville Slay. On the duty to cooperate and the memorandum of agreement, I've read those documents quite a few times, and I'm quite interested to know actually how they were put together, because in the freedom of information request I put to both Tewkesbury Borough Council and Wychavon District Council, I understand there was absolutely no meetings in the duty to cooperate. So my question is, how do they manage to come up with a 2-page document for the cooperation with 4 signatures on it, 2 from Tewkesbury and 2 from Wychavon? The 2 from Tewkesbury have a date on them. And how is it actually done without any meetings? And then put an addendum in there, which is a further 4 pages. And in the addendum, it actually says Borough Tomes were willing to have an active role in the preparation of a memorandum of agreement. Or doesn't that inextricably entwine the strategic and the planning process so that with somebody who actually has a financial interest? That is my question.
Okay, thank you. Mr. MacLeod, any response to that?
There's obviously been extensive engagement with Tewkesbury. I'm not aware of that specific freedom of information request, but we've liaised with Tewkesbury and met with them on several occasions to discuss the statement of common ground, and that is reflected in the joint signed agreement which you have before you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Steve, you want to come back briefly?
Yes, I'm quite willing to forward the emails I've had between the council and myself, both Whitchaven and Tewkesbury Borough Council, if you so wish.
I think it might be a question of whether there were written notes of those meetings, in which case there probably weren't written notes. Obviously, the discussions have culminated in the statement of common ground, which has been submitted to this examination. So there's been ongoing dialogue with multiple meetings. Were there minutes taken of those meetings that we could have shared? Probably not, because obviously we were working towards culminating a statement of common ground.
Okay, thank you. I think we have sufficient evidence on that. By all means, if you wish to discuss that with the council, Mr. Slade, I think then if there's anything that between you think it's worth drawing to our attention, I think that would be a useful thing to do. Okay. We'll move on to the next item we have, which concerns transport. So we posed a question that some of you will recognise is very much using the wording for the appropriate parts of the framework. And we're really asking about what is the evidence of any significant impacts from the proposed development on the transport network, including the strategic road network, local highways network in terms of capacity and congestion, or on highway safety that can be cost effectively mitigated to an acceptable degree. So the plan has been in examination now for 18 months. We posed some initial questions to the council. The councils have produced extra work, done extra work, provided the evidence, because I think from my point of view there were some gaps in the evidence base. That was made available before we published MIQs, so everyone had the chance to draw upon that and comment on that in the statements you've made, and it's available for people today. Clearly, it's a big piece of work. It's, in some respects, perhaps it's an ongoing piece of work. We accept that. We have a number of points really to follow on from all of that. Firstly, as we said last week, we thank people for their engagement and actually trying to move these things on. That's what we've been trying to do through this process in order to get clarity, so we end up with really what are the fundamental questions in the examination. That's much appreciated, and appreciate the way in which people have gone about preparing their statements and helping us narrow it down. So in terms of transport, we think there are three themes that are related to transport. One is transport constraint landscape. Firstly, it's the effect of development, and we're talking about the development in its entirety on the capacity of the road network, or perhaps a highway network, if we're in England, in Tewkesbury town centre. So that's the first one, is the capacity within Tewkesbury itself, and by that I mean the wider Tewkesbury Rail heading out towards and beyond the M5. There's a particular issue about the capacity of junction 9 of the M5. I particularly want to look at questions of northbound slip. And the third point is one in relation to potential for traffic to pass through parts of the Cotswold natural landscape and the effects on the special qualities. So we'll start with capacity of Tewkesbury, or capacity in Tewkesbury. And maybe it's a useful point really just to invite the councils to explain the modelling work that's been undertaken in respect of a proposed allocation and transport network within Tewkesbury, and where you've got to in terms of what mitigation is considered to be necessary. And we particularly want to explore whether development would give rise to significant impact of that mitigation in terms of capacity and congestion and on highway safety, and can the mitigation be delivered to address those points. So we'll start with that, and after that we'll move on to the M5 junction 9 issue. Okay. Just thinking about timing, we'll see how we go in terms of timing the lunch break. It's not particularly helpful to sit more than an hour and a half, hour and three quarters at a session, at a stretch for anyone. But we'll see how we go. We'll find an appropriate point to break and then carry on after that, depending on what sort of progress we're making, rather than just flog on until 1 o'clock if we can break before. Okay, so I'll turn to the council really to explain where you've got to, and also because these effects are outside of the plan area by and large, what point you've reached with Gloucestershire County Council as Highways Authority.
Yes, thank you, sir. So the overarching principle really to the transport modelling is that we have reached agreement and statements of common ground with both Gloucester County Council as the Highway Authority and National Highways in terms of the strategic highway network. That's subject to mitigation, and it's unquestionable that the Mitten development does bring forward obviously traffic impacts that do need to be mitigated, but subject to the implementation of the mitigation agreements which we've agreed both with National Highways and obviously with Gloucester County Council. And we have a list of mitigation schemes there which are being proposed, some of which relate to Tewkesbury directly itself. Subject to those being implemented, the traffic impacts of this development can be mitigated. So that's the position we've reached, obviously with input from Worcestershire County Council. But as you correctly said, so these are cross-boundary effects, so we've obviously been reliant on engaging with Gloucester and Tewkesbury directly. So what we have modelled is, so from a modelling perspective, there's a number of schemes which have been proposed within Tewkesbury itself. Some of those are relatively straightforward in terms of improvements to signalisation. There is some need then to widen capacity at specific junctions within Tewkesbury. It's fair to say that will be an area of ongoing engagement now in terms of the implementation of those schemes and the detailed design of those schemes. We're very much aware that Tewkesbury is a conservation area. They have a master plan coming forward promoting the regeneration and how they're going to protect that area, but also bring it forward with a number of proposals. So we respect the work that they're doing on the master plan, and so the detail of that scheme needs to be worked up with obviously input from Gloucester County Council and Tewkesbury themselves. But the scheme that has been modelled was effective in dealing with the traffic impacts through Tewkesbury itself. So there is an indicative scheme there which would work, the details of which both Tewkesbury and Gloucester would say we now need to look at in detail and see how that can come forward and manage those impacts. But a number of proposals have been put forward. The Gloucester County Council one lists those directly, and we've suggested with them that some of those should be put into the policy, so there's specific reference to the highway improvement schemes which are needed.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of the mitigation schemes, has any work been done to see whether they are actually achievable in principle? Looking at what's been identified, and just from my own knowledge of Tewkesbury from past work, and also looking on Google Maps, etc., I'm just wondering, is there space within the existing highway to actually achieve those? And are they actually in the control of the people that need to control them? Okay, can these actually be brought forward?
So specifically in terms of Tewkesbury, that needs more work to be done. And we've taken it to a point where there is a scheme there that has been designed at a high level, but the detailed delivery of that scheme certainly needs more work in terms of looking at land ownerships and its deliverability overall. So that's work that will need to continue with the applicants here, obviously in terms of the site, and with Tewkesbury themselves and with Gloucester County Council, because there's a limit as to how far we've been able to take that. But we've got to a point there where there is an indicative scheme, but in terms of your points around land ownership and deliverability, we've got that to the point where there is a scheme that could work, but we haven't been able to get it. That will now need more development as to how it could practically be delivered.
Okay, and has any assessment been done in terms of the viability of the cost of these schemes in relation to the allocation?
Just repeat that.
Yes, in terms of has any work been done to look at the viability of the proposed allocation with these schemes?
in broad terms?
Yes, sir. So the work we've done with Aspinall Verde builds in assumptions both around the strategic highway network on the M5. So there's an allowance made in terms of junction 9 and for further transport improvements. So that has all been built in. I've just been prompted to say that the space is there to deliver these schemes. It's the land ownership that would need further work in terms of Tewkesbury itself.
Thank you. I think at this point, I'll invite Gloucestershire County Council Highways to maybe to come back on that. And it's using your sort of local knowledge, we'd be interested to know if you know of any sort of particular detailed considerations, services, etc., that ought to be taken into account and may give rise to exceptional cost. I mean, you may not have done it at that level. We'd be interested to know if you do know if is there some sort of fibre optic cable that cunningly goes down the high street in Tewkesbury.
Thank you. I'd refer to exam document 78, our statement of common ground with South Worcestershire Councils, and paragraph 8.1 of that statement of common ground. We've noted the ACOM technical notes and the statement of common ground that's established between South Worcestershire Councils, Worcestershire County Council and National Highways. We also note that further work is needed and is in progress that will inform the feasibility and sufficiency of mitigation measures. This work will also identify if there would be any unacceptable impact on highway safety or whether the residual cumulative impacts on the GCC road network following mitigation would be severe, taking into account all reasonable future scenarios. There has been insufficient time to reach a definitive position on the detailed mitigation prior to today's hearing, but this work is in progress and will include work by all parties. We've then, at paragraph 8.2, highlighted where we are seeking a main modification to the plan and a changing to policy SWDPR 54. And that is the list of infrastructure that was referred to. At the end as well, we've highlighted that the exact requirements and trigger points for delivery will need to be assessed as part of the assessment of planning applications as they come forward. And that the IDP will need to be updated to include all transport infrastructure necessary. The South Worcestershire Councils referred to the need to understand the feasibility in more detail, and Gloucestershire County Council has commissioned feasibility studies of the infrastructure requirements along the Breedon Road and into Tewkesbury Town Centre. We will shortly, after those are approved, be circulating those to parties on the A46 working group, which includes Worcestershire County Council and National Highways, before then circulating that and hopefully working closely with the developers and their agents to develop the feasibility of those schemes. Yes, I mean, we know, for example, now we have some utilities searches back. We do have some information about things like fibre optics on the high street and things like that. We know, for example, that the High Street, Sun Street junction would involve the loss of around 4 parking spaces in the High Street. We've looked at the physical constraints around the proposed changes at the Tewkesbury Road, Oldbury Road junction as well, and there are some significant feasibility challenges to overcome. But we look forward to working closely with all parties to bring forward those schemes. The key overarching point is we're now content that the locations where mitigation will be required are identified. So we're at that level of specificity, if that's a word, in terms of the identification of the mitigation measures, but we've not yet confirmed the detailed feasibility of the designs. Hopefully that's helpful.
Yes, that's helpful. So in terms of the ongoing work where you're hoping to answer these questions, have you got a time frame on when you think you would have actually answered these questions?
that work is ongoing and will be considered through the development management process, part of review of the live applications. So it will involve work by all parties, bringing that forward, including the developers and their agents. So we look forward to working closely and to determine these applications in as timely a manner as possible.
Thank you. I mean, from our point of view, we are examining the plan separate from the planning application, and progress has been made with the evidence that clearly we're not there yet. We have a clear understanding of the expectations upon us by the government in terms of getting plans into place. The council has produced a new local development scheme that looks, should it be capable of adoption, the plan being adopted by the end of the year. Timing is important to us in all of this. So, we might come back to that later. We thought we just need to put our cards on the table. We're about that. And we've got the big questions we've alluded to earlier, whether we solve those or not. We'll bear all of that in mind, really. What we don't want to be doing is waiting and waiting and waiting for things, quite frankly, because I don't think that's what we're supposed to do anymore. But we'll come back to that, I suspect, as we undertake our discussions during the course of today. Any further comments from the council? Okay, so some boards up. We'll go this side, so RPS first.
Thank you, sir. I think there is a danger here in eliding the work that has been done in relation to the allocation of the site and the work that is still ongoing in relation to the applications, because there are now 2 applications that have been submitted to the council, both for A and B, which is ongoing. Now, our position, and I think this is agreed by all, that the work that was asked to be done in relation to the impacts on the network, both strategic and local network, as a consequence of allocating this site, and which required additional work to be done on the strategic modelling and the like, which has now resulted in an agreement between the South Worcestershire Councils, but also Worcestershire County Council and National Highways, and then as of yesterday evening, exam 78, a statement of common ground between Gloucestershire County Council and the South Worcestershire Councils. That is complete. So the work that was necessary to understand whether, in highways terms, the allocation is sound, has now been completed. The additional work that is being done is work commissioned by the applicants on the 2 applications, and is now looking at the rather more detailed parametrics modelling using the outputs from the strategic models that Gloucestershire County Council has provided to us and the like, to understand exactly what is required in terms of the mitigation on those various junctions that might be affected by the development of the allocated site. But they are 2 separate things. And so our position, as I say, is that for the purposes of understanding whether the allocation is sound, that highways work is complete. It has not thrown up any showstoppers in terms of the impacts and the additional work that is now being done. We don't suggest that you need to wait for that, because that is very much being done in the context of the applications and is a development management control process, looking at the very detail of exactly what is required. No one is suggesting that the land that is needed for those mitigations is unavailable or anything of that nature. It is the sort of number crunching that necessarily comes through the DM process.
Thank you, that's helpful. We have to make some decisions in respect of paragraph 110D particularly, and 111, the framework. For those that didn't listen to me going on about this last week, September 2023 framework, for reasons most people around the table know. So we do need to be satisfied that these sites can come forward in terms of the requirements of the framework in respect of a transport network. So it would be helpful to have answers to some of these questions. But you're right, we've got to a certain point, we need to decide whether to be entirely satisfied, we need a bit more. And that's something we need to go away and think about. But yeah, hear what you say. Mr. Riley-Smith?
Thanks, and I think we're still just dealing with this first of your three questions about the effect on what I'm going to call the local road network. And to react immediately to that observation, that's really the parish council's concern, to use my learned friend's terminology. On the evidence you have now, setting aside whether it's robust or not, which, assuming it is for a moment, it does in fact contain some showstoppers that haven't been addressed. And the real concern, given how long it's taken to even reach this point, is whether, sir, madam, you have sufficient evidence to say that they can be, to use the wording of the MPPF, cost effectively mitigated. And sir, if I may just, you'll appreciate this is an important point of the parish council, if I may just take some time explaining that point in relation, at this point, only to the local road network. And so the starting point is to take at face value what I think is the latest modelling evidence, which is the February 2025 technical note appended to the council's hearing statement. And so if I may just work through a few elements of that. The first half of this is, we appreciate that everyone around the room seems to accept that mitigation is needed, but it's important not to overlook quite how significant and severe the effect is, and that's why I just want to take some time with the February technical note. So I'm afraid the note isn't paginated, but I hope I can say X pages in, and that will allow navigating. So this is the updated Committed Developments Technical Note, February 25. And so the first point to note, because it's a very important context point, is Table 2 of that note. It's about 6 pages in, and it's headed Network Changes. And it's a note that should have rows that say, do something without mitigation, mitten, do something with mitten. Now, so this is listing the mitigation that is taken account in the do something with mitten modelling. So the modelling that I'm going to take you to in a moment includes these 6 mitigation schemes already. And what's perhaps particularly important because of a comment the developer makes in their hearing note, number 6 is the junction capacity improvements to the Hardwick Bank Road approach, Tewkesbury Road Junction, which in their note they say hasn't been looked at or considered in the modelling. It has been in this modelling. So that's the first important point, that actually this is the mitigated impact that is modelled when you add in mitten. And so the second context point, just to explain some terms that we're going to see in a moment, if I may ask you just to turn forward about 8 pages in to something called Figure 9, because it shows which routes were modelled. Just to note that I think all of these are the routes your question anticipated in the first one, but in particular to highlight Route 3 and Route 4 are those 2 routes immediately, as it were, around the allocation site. So what's the modelled mitigated impact on those routes? Well, so if we look first at journey times and turn forward to where journey times of Route 3 is examined, and that is 11 pages in, Figure 14 shows, sir, that you've got to the right point in the document. what figure 14 rather starkly tells us, it's comparing the blue line is do something without mitten, the red line is do something with mitten. The AM peak journey time effectively doubles. It goes from 11 minutes to 22 minutes in route 3. And so what I appreciate is you can't just look at how many minutes are added, because a 3-hour journey increased by 10 minutes doesn't mean much. It's about looking at that doubling. But this is an 11-minute increase, a doubling in the journey time from 11 minutes to 22 minutes. And equally in relation to route 4, this is figure 16, about 12 pages in, so just on the next page over. This time in the southbound AM peak on route 4, which is the right-hand image on figure 16, and the text below explains what it means. The journey time increases by 13 minutes, but that's a 6-minute journey becoming a 19-minute journey. So a tripling of journey time on route 4. So you'll note there were, just for your note, I won't take you to it, there were similar increases on route 1. That's journey time. In terms of queues that this will cause, just to highlight one point, which is at 20 pages into the note at figure 30. Figure 30 shows this point on queues, and it relates to the A38 Mythe Road. And so what that shows is in relation to queues, on do something without mitten, at its worst, it's a queue length of about 100 meters. With mitten, simply adding in mitten and the mitigation proposed to go with it, that queue length goes up by 5 times, becomes 500 meters in length, 82 vehicles queuing back. And the use of the language of the model is, I think it talks about these being significantly longer effects. So the reason I go through that is because while it is agreed, the best data you have is telling you, sir, and you, madam, that even with the envisaged mitigation, there's a really significant issue. Doubling or tripling of journey times, queues increasing by 5 times, again, with the mitigation included. That emphasizes the question, sir, that you asked the council and you asked the county council. Well, what mitigation is before you to give you confidence that these things can be addressed? And that's where, sir, we reach the point where, as is noted at the end of this note, it's accepted that the work isn't there yet. Further work is needed as to whether the mitigation measures proposed are feasible. And just to use, and sort of to end on this point, the very particular language used by the county council in their statement of common ground yesterday. So this is exam, document 78, as we've already referenced. There are 2 parts of this statement of common ground that are of particular use. The first is just, I think it's at paragraph 6.3, the county council are recognising a lot of the points I've just made. But it's at 8.1 of the statement of common ground. It's not just the point that they're noting that further work is needed. It's this point: inform the feasibility and sufficiency of the mitigation measured. And as the parish council understand those 2 words used, they don't know yet if it's feasible, i.e. if it can be delivered. And they don't know yet whether mitigation will be sufficient, i.e. that it will work. And of course, that might be because the modelling is showing with mitigation there would still be significant impacts. And while we note that there is this sense that there's been insufficient time, it is just important to put this in the context of a November 2022 appeal decision that raised this concern about insufficient modelling to support highway impacts. And I think the live application for Part A has been validated since April 2023. That's relevant context because it raises the question, why don't we have the answer now, 2.5 years on, from the appeal dismissal and 2 years on from the live application being validated. All of that, sir, in the parish council's respectful opinion, means that this allocation falls short of being sound, because the main modification that's then suggested at 8.2 is an incredibly broad deliver necessary transport infrastructure, including but not limited to. This isn't even the complete list. There's more that needs to be done. And then it's 7, I think, or 8 potential lists of mitigation. It doesn't give you, sir, and you, madam, the confidence that this can be delivered with, as the MPPF requires, cost effective, I think it's mitigation. So that's a very long way of saying, no, in terms of just looking at the local road network, you've got a clear issue in the modelling and in Inspector Boniface's appeal decision, etc. You don't have the evidence to say it can be cost effectively mitigated to an acceptable degree. And we note it said, well, the work's ongoing and we'll provide it soon. But in some ways, the response back is, well, this would have been the point to provide it. And it does raise a real question as to why it's not there as to feasibility. So just one final note, that Mr. Bamber asked me to raise. In terms of feasibility and issues of land ownership, that February note, I think, recognises in relation to the A38, A438 junction improvement, it's not got a page number, but it notes that it will require land to be purchased to accommodate the mitigation. So again, it doesn't seem like it's a straightforward solution to deliver this mitigation, but we don't even know it's sufficient. So I hope I've not gone on too long, but focused on why we have real concerns about impacts on the local network.
No, that's helpful, and that's, of course, why we're here. Just before I go back to Mr. McLeod, maybe turn to Gloucestershire County Council, as Highway Authority would be actually dealing with this, or the effects of this should we find it sound and planning permission ultimately be delivered. So in terms of the projected changes to journey times, etc., for traffic travelling through Tewkesbury, is the County Council as Highway Authority, are you broadly content that that wouldn't give rise to significant effects, or is it something you have concerns about?
We have noted that those findings, and we've reviewed those findings, and the wording we've used is very deliberate. As a result, we understand that there are questions about the potential sufficiency of the mitigation measures proposed, as well as the feasibility. It's important to highlight that.
So at this stage, you haven't formed a definitive view until the further work is done. So it could indeed be, your position could indeed be, yeah, it's fine, or it could be objection, I suppose.
We've chosen our words very carefully, particularly at 8.1 and 8.2 of that statement of common ground. 8.1, we've been very clear that we have there are outstanding questions about the feasibility and sufficiency of the mitigation measures. And at 8.2, we've identified a comprehensive list, but also highlighted that not limited to this list in terms of meeting that sufficiency to get us to the point where there is not the severe impact or that is the test.
Okay, but it's fine to say you haven't decided yet. And I think that's the position. I think what you're saying, you use your words carefully. Don't blame you. And what I'm reading is that you reserve your position. Is that until this further work is done? Is that fair?
We haven't been able to reach a definitive position based on the evidence presented to us, and we are reserving our position about whether the mitigation proposed is sufficient to meet the test. Yes, and I think that wording is very clear in the exam document 78.
Thank you. Turn to the councils, Mr. McLeod.
Yes, thank you, sir. So it's important to emphasise the modelling is based on effectively the worst case scenario. So we're assuming a standard trip rate from the development. So it doesn't take into account the mitigation measures which are being put forward, both in terms of internalisation, improvements to bus services, the connections which we're proposing from this development back into Tewkesbury. And it's quite clear from the modelling, yes, obviously this development without mitigation does have significant impacts. There's no debate about that. But the modelling concludes that if the mitigation measures are put into place, they can be effectively mitigated. So in what we've seen from the modelling is with the mitigation measures being proposed, if they are implemented, does Tewkesbury, does it cause unacceptable impacts? Well, the conclusion to that is no. And that is the conclusion of the report. And if we all agree with Gloucester and with Worcester that further work is needed on the specifics of these schemes and their deliverability and the implementation of them. But that we feel is for the next stage in relation to MIT, and we've taken it as far as we can to this point.
Thank you. And that's one I think we would take away. And we need to think about in terms of what the framework is asking us to do to decide whether we agree with you or whether we take the view of the parish council that we're not quite there yet. Gloucester County Council.
I would just add that we also have not objected to the allocation. So we have reached sufficiently definitive position that we don't think the matters go to the soundness of the allocation. So that hopefully that again is helpful.
Yeah, that is helpful. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Slay.
You mentioned costs, and I just wanted to find out if any costings have been done on 3 bridges. The first one is Hardwick Bank Road over the M5, which is classed as a weak bridge. It did run for many years on a one-way system. I'm not sure what its current state is, but it was actually built in the 1970s. The one over Northway Lane, which goes over the M5, which is currently running on a one-way system and has for many, many years. These are the 2 primary bridges for going south from this site to the M5. And also, something that doesn't seem to get talked about much is the actual bridge over the Carrant Brook on the Breedon Road. That bridge is absolutely hopeless for the current conditions, let alone what's going to take place should this be approved. Not only that, it is the parking space for lorries that like to go into Travis Perkins in the mornings. And I have been there, and I actually, when it rains, I run down that place because you get wet because there's water puddles on it. And when you're running past lorries, it's not very funny. It is also the main route into Tewkesbury from the residential home. And many people use mobility scooters. There are a lot of children in pushchairs. It is impossible for pushchairs and mobility scooters to pass one another safely for a length of about 400 metres from the Shell garage to the Black Bear. There are 1 or 2 little places where that's not true. They're very small, but it is downright dangerous. I see nothing in the costings that anyone that's going to put that right. And you all know where it is. You've all seen it everyone's been there. You've seen it on television. It was where the Sea King pulled somebody out of the roof because there was over 1 metre of water at that point. A point which the previous submissions showed the water was 1 metre lower than what actually occurred. And I think something really needs to be done about that Breedon Road Bridge before this goes forward. It has to, and you have to remember, this is also the main route to the development site for the lorries.
Thank you. Anything from the council to come back on those points, particularly about the pedestrian safety point? This is, I think, this is something we'll note and have a look when we do our tour around the area. Anything, Mr. Cloud?
I would just say there's a whole package of obviously walking and cycling improvements, including a new bridge, obviously connecting the site through the employment lands and providing more direct access to Ashchurch Station, which serves Tewkesbury and the town centre itself, and that has been costed within the IDP as well.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I've read the submitted evidence that came to the inquiry and I've looked through it, and it's quite clear that there are a number of parties in this do have concerns about the nature, build-up of traffic congestion and safety, including that Gloucestershire County Council and the North Ashchurch Consortium. And just the point I think has been made by Breedon Parish is that as a planning application just a couple of years ago for 500 houses, it was refused permission on appeal, largely due to the fact of failure to sort of mitigate against the traffic problems there. And it seems to me that we've almost 3 years have passed, and yet we have an application for 1,000 dwellings, and yet we're not seeing any improvement in traffic modelling, it seems to me. We're still waiting for more details to come out about this. And so my view is the modelling seems to be incomplete, and it shows a woeful lack of consideration, in particular for the effect upon the Breedon Road and into Tewkesbury. And I'll give you an example. Referring to the technical note that was mentioned before, in, I think it's Barrett's submission, there is a Route 4, and that Route 4 is the Breedon Road to the mine. And it shows increased wait times of up to 2 minutes, as in Table 1. And yet, when it comes to queue length impact, which is shown in Table 2, Route 4 isn't even mentioned. And I find that quite sort of staggering in all fairness. It seems to me amazing that you wouldn't have considered what the impact of queue length would be into town to your main sort of hinterland that your urban centre will be. And I find it a bit disturbing in that respect. In terms of mitigation measures that have been suggested and that I've heard that are actually taking place in Tewkesbury, we're talking about traffic lights at the junction of Breedon Road and Albury Road, and also at Sun Street and High Street. Now, these haven't been shared with the local populace, or indeed, I attended a town council meeting last night, I mentioned it, and they said they haven't even heard about that either. And that obviously leads to what is the impact of those traffic lights on Tewkesbury, both in terms of being a conservation area, a tourism area, and on commerce and business itself. I just don't think those have even been considered within the mitigations that's been suggested here, and they would need to be. In terms of safety, I would argue that the Mitten site hasn't been designed for increased cyclists, and in particular when you talk about the connection through into Derwent Drive, that's a rather small point. The bigger point is the thing that Mr. Neville Slade mentioned, is a stretch of very narrow road by the petrol station and Handyman into Tewkesbury, and it is not safe, in my opinion, for cyclists or pedestrians. It's just not wide enough. The narrow path over the bridge is barely wide enough for 2 people side by side, and basically there's no accommodation for cyclists there off-road at all. And I think it would be very, very dangerous. And I'm not sure I see anything in the mitigation, and I've just heard over there, there doesn't seem to be any mitigation against that particular obstacle. And that is very concerning in my respect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Gloucestershire County Council.
Just to highlight again at 8.2, where we've set the list of requested mitigation, there is a point there about the provision of an improvement of the following key walking and cycling links referred to in the 2024 Tewkesbury Local Cycling and Walking Infrastructure Plan, which serve the development sites to ensure they can safely be used by people of all ages and abilities, walking and cycling or wheeling from the site along the Breedon Road to Tewkesbury Town Centre, from the site along or parallel to Hardwick Bank Road to its junction with the park to provide access to North
Ashchurch, employment and the station, and from the site across the Carrant Brook. So this has been an area of investigation by the County Council, and we've commissioned feasibility studies which have got us to the point where we are not objecting and questioning the soundness of the allocation. There is further work to be done, and we're being very clear on that point. A lot of further work to be done.
If I may just come back on that, just to
Yeah,
ask a
very
question.
briefly.
Just regarding the cost of that, presumably you haven't got the cost yet, but would that cost, how would that affect viability? That's an issue.
Just on that, we haven't got detailed costings yet, but we have had some high-level costings as part of the feasibility work, and it does question the costs identified in the IDP. I think we would expect those costs to be somewhat higher for the works along the Breedon Road into the town centre particularly. And there are options that are being looked at as part of that feasibility study that include options to either widen the bridge on the Breedon Road or have a separate structure to the side of the bridge on the Breedon Road. There's investigation into the highway extent past the garage. There are options that are being considered. There are feasibility challenges that we will be sharing in due course with the membership of the A46 working group, and then with the developers and their agents to move that work forward. We are where we are in terms of the feasibility and sufficiency of the mitigation proposed, but we aren't questioning we do not object, and we are not questioning the soundness of the allocation.
Okay, thank you. Just turning to the council then, in terms of the viability assessment, are you satisfied there's sufficient headroom in terms of viability to provide for, I'll call them exceptional costs, I'm not a viability person of this nature?
So yes, certainly in terms of the feasibility we've been able to get it to at this point, and we completely agree with the comments from the county that the IDP is a live document, and as further costings come in, it will obviously be updated. But we've allowed significant sums within the IDP for transport improvements, both to Junction 9 and the wider package of mitigation that is needed. I think in reality that we've used the best information we've got at this point in time, but we fully accept that some of those costings will change as we move forward. But we have allowed a significant sum of money in there for transport mitigation overall.
Okay, thank you. That's something I think we'll look at again in due course. Okay, do you want to come back, Mr.
Yeah, very quickly, we talked about the bridge. Let's not kid ourselves, it's not the bridge, it's past the petrol station, it is past the dental surgery, it is where the old bridge went for the railway. The whole length, 400 metres, needs addressing. And I understand about the costings of the wider infrastructure, but there has been absolutely nothing specifically about that stretch of road, and there needs to be, in my view, to make it safe.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Just to say again, or hope to provide some reassurance, that whole 400 metres stretch is being considered as part of the feasibility study. It does highlight physical constraints, including the disused railway structure in that section, as well as the highway extent and other information around the petrol station site. So yeah, we are. There are significant challenges. Yeah.
Thank you. Marans?
Yes, thank you, sir. I'll keep it brief as I haven't really got a great deal to add to your comments and arguments made by the parish councillors in particular. But I just want to set out the North Ashchurch Consortium's position on transport effects, as this is the consortium's primary concern with this allocation. And for context, the consortium are promoting a large portion of the northern phase of the Tewkesbury Garden Town, which, whilst it's obviously over the county border, does have similar transport considerations, which we're working through with stakeholders, including some mitigation modelling with Gloucester County Council. I think it's clear and agreed by all parties that there will be severe impacts as a result of this allocation, and mitigation is clearly required. Mitigation has not yet been agreed, and whilst there is feasibility underway, there are questions both in terms of land ownership and cost. And I think the cost point is particularly important here, given the conclusion in the viability assessment around Mitton being marginally unviable. Established council talk about some headroom there, but the overall costs clearly aren't known yet until the outcomes of the feasibility have been understood. So on that basis, we consider that and share your concerns around the acceptability of allocation, in particular in relation to paragraph 1110D of the framework. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to help us with our understanding, so in terms of the garden settlement proposals, is that still at regulation 18 stage with the Tewkesbury plan?
Yes, that's correct, sir. So the Tewkesbury, Gloucester and Charlton are working on a revised strategic and local plan and updates to the joint core strategy. That's currently at regulation 18 stage with the preferred options in effect due, I think, now next year based on the RDS. The Garden Town has Garden Town status, which was identified back in 2019, and the council are supportive of it in principle, including through a charter and workshops, which councils have referred to as well. So we're progressing it on that basis. But yeah, the actual plan itself is still at an early stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Good question for Gloucester County Council. You see you got your board up. Is the County Council's Highway Authority, are you content that the cumulative effects have been dealt with adequately through the transport assessments that relate to Mitton, including what may or may not come forward, because it's still at a fairly early stage in terms of the garden community?
We note that a lot of the sites in the garden town are already consented or allocated. We also note that there are a number of live applications being considered. We also note that there are a number of applications that are imminently due to be submitted as part of the garden town allocation. We have requested that sensitivity testing is done of the live applications, and that is part of the request for further modelling information that is currently in progress. So this is, yeah, hopefully that clarifies and answers the question as far as we're currently able to.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Mr. Slay, your board is up at that legacy board. Yeah.
Presentations have been made by the North Ashchurch garden communities, both in Wychavon and in Northway, of 4,000 houses. Now, one of the main entrances to that site is just the other side of the bridge, to where the main entrance from Phase B comes to Hardwick Bank Road. Are those additional 4,000 properties, residence dwellings, if you like to call them, are those going to be included in this transport study because they use precisely the same roads as the 1,000 houses at Mitton?
Okay, thank you.
And that would actually increase the number of traffic movements by a factor of 10 over and above what's currently being considered in the current planning application.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Riley-Smith.
Thanks. I don't want to repeat points already made. It was just to respond to one very particular point. which is reference was made, I think, first by the council, then it came up in relation to the county council as to, well, this modelling as worst case because there are active travel measures, and then particular reference was made by the county council into including in the modification access from the site across the Carrant Brook. Just a pinch of salt to add to that. It's our understanding, based on the developer's technical note appended to their hearing statement, that they, in fact, resist any contribution in providing a bridge over the Carrant Brook, which, as we understand, is one of the main active travel measures. It's set out in, I think, paragraph 6.4.10 or 6.4 of the note. Let me just get that up. Yeah, sorry. So it's the technical note, and it starts at 6.4.3, the Carrant Brook active travel bridge, and it's just noted they don't agree to it. They don't think it's necessary. So there is that concern if reliance is being placed on that, just because.
Thank you. We'll come back to that point a bit later on this afternoon. We have a specific question about that. Okay. You brought it up.
We were again hoping to clarify the questions around the other sites that would access via Hardwick Bank Road. The North Ashchurch Consortium site is not currently a live application. It will be, the cumulative impact assessment of that site will be considered as part of the strategic local plan, evidence base. It will also obviously be considered through the development management process when the application comes in and is live. It's not, but we don't think it's actually for consideration as part of this allocation and as part of the SWDPR. That will be managed separately.
Okay, thank you. Turning to the councillors, Mr. MacLeod, any response to those points?
So it's just worth recognising we appreciate Tewkesbury have other proposals coming forward, but the planning status of those proposals is obviously very limited at the moment. The Garden Village is Reg 18. It's got no planning status whatsoever, so we can only model and look at the impacts of developments which are obviously committed, and that's what we have done in terms of the modelling evidence base which you have in front of you. And just to talk about the viability overall, I mean, if you look at the schemes within the IDP, and we've costed for the bridge to be provided in terms of that direct pedestrian link back into Tewkesbury, we see that as a key requirement of this scheme in terms of its acceptability. But there's nearly £20 million there proposed in terms of transport mitigation. So both including Junction 9, wider package of improvements in terms of some of the junctions that we've talked about, and some of the wider mitigations and specific mitigations of the new bridge, which has all been costed and included within the IDP, and we've got a 7.5% contingency within there as well. So there's a significant sum of money included there to address the transport impacts of this development overall.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, anyone else around the room wants to come in on any points to do with traffic within Tewkesbury Town Centre, etc.? No? Okay. Right, so the next matter to discuss is around Junction 9 at the M5. That's probably going to take longer than half an hour, isn't it? In all honesty, so shall we adjourn for an earlier lunch, if people are happy to do that, and maybe resume at 1:30, and then we'll come back to that. We'll come back to the issue of the bridge over the Carrant Brook later on, and that will come in. It's going to be after the discussions around curlews, etc., because I think there have been some comments from Natural England plus others about potential disturbance. So we'll try to link it all together there. In the meanwhile, if anyone comes up with any burning points from what we've just discussed later on, we'll come back to that. Okay, so we shall adjourn now. If people are happy, return at 1:30, refreshed for some more discussions. Thank you. is resumed. Moving on now to our questions about possible effects of the proposed development on the operation of Junction 9 at the M5. Start by asking the councils to explain a modelling, or what the modelling has concluded in terms of the effect of proposed allocation, particularly on the northbound slip of Junction 9 of the M5, and what mitigation has been determined to be necessary. We've obviously read in the various evidence documents the question as to whether the proposed development would give rise to additional queuing, with traffic queuing onto the running carriageway at the M5 at that point. So that brings in terms of the framework, questions of capacity and congestion, but also highway safety. And it would be useful as well, one more thing, Mr. McLeod, if you could explain what the current view of national highways is, because it's, again, that's a matter that seems somewhat open for the statement of common ground.
Yes, thanks. So there's been a lot of engagement with national highways on Junction 9, and it's probably worth acknowledging at the start that there is already some indication of queuing back onto the main carriageway. So that, from a national highways perspective, is obviously an unacceptable safety impact. So that is a sort of starting position, and that's been reflected currently in work which has been undertaken by Gloucester County Council, who have been looking at this junction with national highways in detail. So the modelling work which we've been focusing on is the impact of the wider plan, but with Mytton in and with Mytton out as an allocation, so we can establish what the impact of Mytton is specifically on this junction. So it's probably worth looking at if I start with the wider impacts of the plan without Mytton. So with national highways, we're in agreement with them that the impact of the wider plan in this junction is minimal. There's only 13 additional cars which go through this junction at the peak hour between 8 and 9. And the main impacts and the risk of queuing is for a very limited period. It's between sort of 8:30 and 8:45 in the AM peak. And the modelling runs that we showed is effectively about 3 instances out of the 10 modelling runs where that queuing did get back to the main carriageway. So the impact of the wider plan on that junction is very minimal. If you look at the growth of the cause as a result of the wider SWDPR, it's about an additional 4 vehicles, so 0.3%. So we're in agreement with national highways that there's no mitigation needed for the wider plan, because the impact of the wider plan on this junction is very minimal. So the modellers have then looked at what happens when you put Mytton into the modelling, obviously, and what the impact on that junction is. So the wider impact is it's just over 30 additional vehicles when you put Mytton in on that northbound slip. Now, the modelling isn't sort of categoric in showing a worsening situation with Mytton, but the assumptions within the report is an additional 30 vehicles within an already congested network. The likelihood and all probability is the risk during that small window that there could be an increased risk of queuing back onto the M5 main carriageway. And obviously, from a national highways perspective, that is seen as obviously an unacceptable safety risk. So that has led us to a conclusion with national highways, which we support, that mitigation on the M5 Junction 9 northbound slip is needed to mitigate the impact of Mytton. So again, it's probably worth saying this is the modelling is a worst case scenario, but particularly I think from a national highways perspective, the discussions that we've had with them has always been any risk of queuing back onto the main carriageway is unacceptable. So we certainly err on the side of caution here and looking at a mitigation scheme which could be developed. So we've worked with national highways, and again, in a relatively limited amount of time that we've had, there is potential there to widen the slip road on the M5 northbound slip road, which effectively, when that mitigation measure was put into the model, that worked in terms of mitigating the impact of Mytton and actually improved the situation beyond the baseline. So when that mitigation measure was run, the instances were reduced to only 1 out of 10 modelling runs. So there was a betterment on the current situation at that junction. Now, obviously, that's improvement to the slip road needs further work and due diligence done there as we take that forward. But we are agreed with national highways that that scheme certainly has potential, It's an existing hard shoulder, so it would be taking part of the hard shoulder out and reassigning that for queuing traffic on the slip road. So it seems in principle to be deliverable, but it's obviously subject now to further work, which is sort of ongoing with National Highways around its deliverability. So what National Highways, I think, are quite rightly saying is Junction 9 needs to be looked at in the round, particularly with input from Gloucester and looking at the other development proposals coming forward around Junction 9 itself. And it may well be that that improvement to that slip road, whilst it mitigates the impact of Mytton, there may well be a different scheme which looks at the wider development aspirations for Tewkesbury and in Gloucester as a whole, which could come forward. And I know that's work which Gloucester have already commenced. I think you talked about preparing outline business cases in terms of Junction 9 and coming forward with a wider package of improvements. But the work we've done with National Highways has obviously been more focused on Mytton itself. And as I said, that improvement to the northbound slip was seen as effective from a modelling point of view in mitigating those wider impacts.
Are you aware as to whether National Highways would be content with that as a mitigation solution, given there may still be 1 in 10 incidents of queuing? Has that level of agreement been reached yet or not?
So I think the answer to that is we would need to work up the delivery of that scheme in more detail and see what the benefits and more detailed modelling of it in place. It is worth saying that is a betterment than the current situation. So, you know, we're already seeing instances from the modelling showed this of some occasional queuing back onto the main carriageway. That was reduced with this scheme coming in. So there was definitely betterment there. The question which you're asking is, well, would that still be, it's slightly different. I'd have to ask them specifically for that question, but I think their answer would probably be along the lines of what they've said is this scheme has potential to look at. It could be part of the improvements that come forward, but it does need further dialogue with Gloucester and the other Gloucester County Council and Tewkesbury. And I think what they sort of say is, well, we need to look at that. That is the point around the wider package of measures which are needed at Junction 9. So that slip could form part of that, but there's other aspirations for bigger schemes at Junction 9 which could be more comprehensive. So it needs to be addressed by all parties in that regard. But you know, we've taken it, I think, as far as we can in looking at Mytton specifically.
Okay, so in terms of timing of reaching a solution there, whatever it may be, to Junction 9, could you give us an indication as to when you think that might be?
Yeah, so we've asked ACOM, who have been working with us on Junction 9 and with National Highways, to look at the feasibility of that slip road in a bit more detail. But again, it will be a feasibility report at this stage. We're expecting that to come through over the next few weeks. We're more than happy, obviously, to give that to you when it arrives. But you know, that is one possible measure here, and I suppose just emphasising that. You know, there needs to be wider engagement around that A46 group.
Okay, thank you. And any indication as to any potential effects on viability?
The scheme, I mean, we've allocated within the IDP £4 million for the Junction 9 improvements. So you know, it's a reasonably significant sum. As I said, this is taking an existing hard shoulder, so it's avoiding getting into what I would say is more significant infrastructure changes at Junction 9. So we feel with this initial stage, we've allowed enough within the IDP to mitigate for that.
Okay, thank you. Right, so IPS.
So I'm really just reiterating what the Council has said, and that is reflected in the Statement of Common Ground with National Highways. You'll see that at page 8 in exam 74. It's the last bullet point of those matters agreed with the Mytton development. And so the very last sentence of that says the mitigation in the form of an extended flare to the M5 Junction North northbound off-slip has the potential to mitigate the impact of the Mytton development. As I understand it, it's essentially extending the flare by about 130 metres. And that not only does that mitigate the impact from Mytton, but as the council says, it actually results in improvement over the existing position. that we would suggest is sufficient for you to be satisfied that the impacts on junction 9 from Mitten can be addressed appropriately. There is a second question then as to whether a wider junction improvement is required. That is very dependent upon North Ashchurch coming forward with the garden settlement, etc. But of course, they are still aspirations, regulation 18 side. It may be that that comes forward in due course, but that doesn't prevent Mitten in the meantime addressing the issue satisfactorily.
Thank you. Mr. Riley-Smith?
Yes, thank you, sir. In some ways, the headline point is the same as what was discussed before lunch, which is there seems to be acceptance of a problem that needs to be mitigated. The question for this examination is whether there is sufficient detail that that mitigation can be provided. And in this regard, this is where we come down to the potential mitigation delivered through an extended flare, which I'm going to ask Mr. Bamber to deal with in just a moment. But just one observation before I ask him to do that, which is that, in fact, on our reading of the National Highway Statement of Common Ground, they don't commit that this will be the appropriate mitigation and it can be, it's feasible, it's suitable, etc. They're much more, as it were, cagey about it being a potential, but I think it's reflected better in the February 2025 technical note of the councils. It notes that detailed designs still need to be drawn up. There's no sort of clarity to the scheme. And the further caveat, which I think it is important not to ignore, is it's touched upon in the National Highway Statement of Common Ground. This reference to this, in fact, wider, larger, more comprehensive scheme being delivered instead. And what's unclear, certainly to the parish council, is, well, could the flare be delivered before that? Is that the proposal, that it will in some way be a intermittent, a sort of intermediary solution? Or is it in fact that it might be that this development is waiting for this much larger, more complicated scheme and the ramifications that has for deliverability, etc., etc. So the fact that National Highways felt it important in their Statement of Common Ground to say, well, actually, to make you aware, a more comprehensive scheme is likely to be required, that does raise a question as to deliverability, if in fact that's what they want. And it's unclear to us how the flare fits into that. So what I'm going to ask do now is just ask Mr. Bamber to deal with two particular points which we hope will assist you. The first is whether the modelling is robust, that says that, well, it will only be this an additional 30 vehicles, and it correctly identifies the problem. And then secondly, just to deal with, well, in fact, is the only mitigation we've been told, this flare solution, sufficient? Will it address the problem? Mr. Bamber.
Thank you, so, Madam. I don't have quite the confidence in this proposed mitigation that some other people might have. And I think this perhaps might go to National Highways' caginess about whether they are satisfied that it would, if you like, do the trick. There's 2 points that I want to raise. The first one is about the reliability of the model. If I go back to the local model validation report for the Paramix model, which is, if you like, setting out the basis for the modelling that's been undertaken. When I look at the M5 Junction 9 northbound slip road, that is one of the very few links within the model that fails its validation. And by that, what I mean is that the observed queue length in the PM peak hour was seen to be 24 vehicles in the base year, whereas the model was showing a queue of 9 vehicles. So what the model is doing is underestimating the queues in the PM peak hour on that slip road. Now, that is consistent with the previous model that was interrogated at the time of the Mitten inquiry, which the concern at that point was queuing in the PM peak hour. So this failure to validate has a direct bearing on what could happen in the future in the PM peak hour. When we look at what the modelling is showing now, we see that the proposed improvement of the lengthening of that left slip coming off the slip road, the flare length, increasing it to 130 metres, that is having an effect in the AM peak, but if we look at the effect in the PM peak, we see hardly anything at all. That is shown in the February 2025 modelling report at figure 20. There you can see the figure helpfully puts on the extent of the existing flare in the AM and the PM and compares the maximum length of queue in both periods with and without mitten and the mitigation measures. You can see that the improvement reduces the queuing in the AM, but in the PM we have a very little impact. Now that may be because of this issue about validation. It may be because of the distribution of trips turning left and right. If you've got a lot more vehicles wanting to go right, east on the A46, then providing a flare for people turning left doesn't help. So there is uncertainty, particularly in that PM peak hour, about what the modelling could be showing. That's the first point. The second point, and this again harks back to the modelling that was undertaken at the last Mitten inquiry, is the point about unreleased trips. Now, I hope I'm not going to be too technical here, but essentially if you've got a strategic model, like the VISM model that was used previously or the Paramix model that you've got now, the way the model works is that it will put in vehicles into the model at certain points during the modelled period. And those vehicles, when they get into the model, then they start driving around, moving around the model, in and out, going where they want to, or leaving the modelled area. Now, one of the issues you get when you're dealing with a very congested network is that often you cannot load on all those vehicles, all those trips into the model. This was an issue last time at the inquiry. The modelling report helpfully provided the number of trips that were not getting onto the network. And one of the concerns the inspector had at that point, which was a valid concern, was that there was no information about what those trips might otherwise be doing, where they might be queuing up, where they might be causing delays in parts of the network. The report that's been produced, the Paramix report, the latest one, makes no reference at all to unreleased trips, which I find very surprising because, as we've seen already, the situation in the future year without and with the Mitten development is highly congested, very long queues, long delays. And I would expect that one of the outputs from the model would be to identify the number of trips that have just not got onto that model network. We know nothing about that. In the previous iteration of this modelling in December at the end of last year, there was reference to unreleased trips as one of the indicators of congestion. But in this iteration of the model, there's no information at all. So I am concerned that behind the scenes, there is a layer of information that hasn't been reported. And if that is the case, then there is greater uncertainty about if those trips could get onto the network, where are they going to queue? if there are unreleased trips, the results that we're getting, although they show very long delays and queues, may actually be underrepresenting the actual delays and queues that the model is suggesting will occur in the future. So on those two points, I would suggest are reasons to be very cautious about the effectiveness of this widening of the left flare on that northbound off-slip. Thank you.
Thank you. I remember reading somewhere in the evidence about some works that have been undertaken to the junction. Did those happen? Have those happened between the modelling work for the inquiry and the modelling work now? Could that explain any changes? Well, we haven't got, nor do we want the inquiry evidence, but I'm just wondering, having seen that, would that explain some of the differences with the junction? Clearly says that there have been some alterations there.
That doesn't affect the validation. The validation is undertaken at the point at which the observed traffic flows when traffic flows are observed and queue lengths are observed, that is then compared with the layout at the time. Since then, there have been changes to the network, and those changes have been put into the model. What I don't think we do have is a kind of an update since all those changes have been undertaken. But that's fine. We can work with a base model, add the changes to the network which have been incorporated into the model, and then work on that basis.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. McLeod, response to those points?
Yes, thank you, sir. So, I mean, it's important
Could you
to
turn
take...
your microphone off, please?
Thank you, sir. So, it's important to recognise that the modelling work has been done by National Highways modellers and Wood Commission jointly with Worcestershire County Council. It is the view of those modellers that the modelling is robust and fit for purpose. And I'd refer you to the statement of common ground with National Highways, where it comments that the assessments conducted are notably robust, incorporated in developments such as the committed garden centre and retail development at Ashchurch. So, as I said, in many ways, the modelling is presented to sort of the worst case scenario at this junction, I think for good reason, given the potential safety risk. But it's certainly the view of the modellers who conducted this work that it is fit for purpose. So, you know, we certainly don't question the methodology of the model at all. The PM peak, and I think probably some of the differences, the PM peak isn't an issue at junction 9, it's the AM peak. Which is causing the problems of queuing back onto the main carriageway. And so the improvement scheme that we've put forward to do with the AM peak, obviously its relevance to the PM peak, whilst it brings some benefits, it's going to have nothing like the benefits which it does to the AM peak, which is where obviously the, you know, that limited window of the risk of queuing back to the main carriageway is occurring.
Okay, thank you. And just to confirm, we have no alternative modelling evidence, do we, other than that's been provided by the councils?
No, that's right, sir. And I'd emphasise again, the National Highways are not questioning the model at all. They're happy with the baseline work and the modelling inputs. The inputs which have gone into the model, they are happy that they provide a robust basis to put before you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Mr. Riley-Smith, you want to come back quickly?
So Mr. Bamber just had something to add, but also I note, so you'll know and you'll be able to read what the Statement of Common Ground says. Yes, they do note that the assessments are robust, but they also note it's important to acknowledge the uncertainty within the modelling. So there is that balance view given by National Highways, but I think Mr. Bamber's got a point.
Just as a factual point, this point about queuing in the morning and evening peaks. The validation report, which identifies the observed queues at the junction, identified 32 vehicles in the AM peak and 26 vehicles in the PM peak. So although the PM peak at that time was slightly less, it's still queuing up in the PM peak.
Okay, thank you. Any final comments, Council? councils? Okay, thank you. Right, I bring forward the final traffic point really that was our question 7 at this point. We posed a question about the potential effects of traffic on the special qualities of the Cotswold natural landscape. I know we've seen in evidence that was an issue considered by our colleague in the appeal, and I think to start with, maybe ask the council, what does the modelling tell us about any potential increases in traffic arising from the development having an effect upon the natural landscape?
Yes, thank you. So we have looked at this issue specifically, and if you look at the modelling data, the national landscape, as I understand it, their guidance refers to a 10% increase in traffic from the development in terms of if it's heading towards the national landscape as being a sort of threshold. So the modelling work that we have done suggests that it will fall underneath the 10%. It's 9% of traffic from the Mitten development would go towards the national landscape. So we believe...
Is that 9? Oh, 9.
Sorry. Yes, 9% of traffic, so thank you. So looking at the impacts on the national landscape and following the guidance notes which the National Landscape Board have produced, the 10% is the threshold. So we believe the impacts of Mitten will fall beneath that threshold that they've set.
Okay, could I just have a document reference so we can look that up when we get back to our respective homes?
I'm not sure this has been submitted or not, so, but if it hasn't, but it's the Cotswolds Conservation Board position statement on tranquility. And the reference to the 10% is on page 13 of that document.
And where in the transport modelling do we easily find an assessment or summary of assessment for us?
Yeah, so sorry, so it's based on the February 25 update report from ACOM. So that uses the most up-to-date position in terms of the committed developments.
It would be helpful for us just to get a factual note, just setting that out with the references, please. And we're not inviting any evidence, it's just so when we're looking at this later on, we can come back to that.
Happy to do that.
Thank you. RPS?
Yes, so it might be helpful in our hearing statement, the Appendix 1, which is a technical note by PJA, on page 12, has a figure showing a study area together with a series of routes around and through the national landscape. And then on page 14, table 3, you will see the assessment that we have undertaken of the traffic flows arising from the development using those identified routes. And all of those that either skirt or go through the national landscape are under the 10%. The 10% is a figure that the Cotswolds National Landscape itself, I think in their hearing statement, identify as being a threshold below which they say they would have no objection. So there is some empirical evidence in our hearing statement in Appendix 1, those references that I've given that actually set out the figures for those routes.
Thank you, it's very helpful. Mr. Riley-Smith?
Yes, thanks. Just first to start with the council's reference there to the 9%, I think we'd welcome some clarity on where that comes from, because certainly I'm going to ask Mr. Bamber actually to deal with the developers table in a moment, but we weren't aware of any analysis from the council as to this. And just briefly working through the 2025 February note, which seemed to be the source, the only reference we can see potentially to it is under Mitten development, it provides some distributions going to various zones which say 9%, but in bold it says it should be noted that updated distributions have been requested. If I may say just through you, because it may assist with asking Mr. Bamber to deal with it, can the council tell us where they were getting the 9% from? Because I must admit that's slightly thrown us, because we'd looked for that data previously and hadn't been able to find it.
Well, we've asked the councils to just set that out in a sort of factual note to ourselves, so we can look and see what view we've come to. We know what the views of your clients are on this. So I think really that's when we can inspect that number. We've got the council's view. We'll probably take that away.
Well, so then what I'll do is we've noted that, and I'm sure that clarity will be provided through the factual note for you. So the concern of the parish council, and I appreciate, I know that the National Landscape Board is here, so I won't, as it were, stumble onto their territory, but the context to this point is threefold. It's the strengthened Section 85 duty, which goes beyond simply avoiding or minimising. It's the objection from the Landscape Board as to the lack of evidence for the 10% increase. And then, of course, so as you've noted it's your colleagues' previous findings back in November 22. So that's the context. Given that context, the parish council would have expected to see some robust evidence as to that modelling and as to whether there's a 10% increase. And previously, before it was mentioned that it was in the February 25 note, the main evidence we saw for this was that Table 3 in the developer's hearing statement, which is provided on page 14 of that technical note. And I think my learned friend described that as objective evidence. So if I may, because it seems to be one of the main sources of evidence for there not being 10% running through the AONB, I'd just like to ask Mr. Bamber to deal with his view on that table, because he has some concerns in relation to it. So this is Table 3 on page 14 of the PJA note, which is attached to the developer's hearing statement. And I know Mr. Bamber wanted to just have a few comments about that.
Okay.
Thank you. Could I just take you back to 2 pages to that figure 1 study area in that report, just to give some context. That shows the possible routes to and from the site that go through or past the national landscape. The site is helpfully outlined in red. If you look, Route 3, for example, goes through Kemerton. Route 4 is 4080 that goes up north past the national landscape. If we think about what we know about the modelling that's been undertaken, if we start at the site, we know that Mitten is going to lead to 13-minute increase in delays for people wanting to drive southwest towards Tewkesbury. Some of those people will be wanting to drive into Tewkesbury and then turn up on the A38 and head north. In order to avoid those very long increases in delays, they may well choose to head north along Route 4. If you think about the people who would be going from the site along Hardwick Bank Road and the park down towards the A46 to head east, the modelling is showing very long delays, increases in delays in that direction. Those people may choose instead to carry on up the 4080, travel through Breedon and along Route 3 to join the A46 further to the east. If you think about the very long delays, increases in delays along the A46 westbound direction from the Teddington Hands roundabout that is identified at the top of that yellow line, there's a blob. people coming from the Evesham direction, in order to avoid those very long delays, may well choose to turn right off the A46 and travel through the national landscape. So we have there 3 examples of very strong evidence to suggest that the Mytton development will strongly encourage people to rat run to avoid those delays. What we don't have is any strategic modelling that would provide some indication about how people would redistribute on the network as a result of that congestion. The modelling that we do have doesn't go as far as to encompass those rat running routes. So if you're on the A46, you don't get a chance in the model, as it were, to take a route that goes through the national landscape. The model is truncated to the south of Breedon. So again, the model cannot redistribute those trips, those drivers who want to avoid the delays, and put them on a different route. It's acknowledged by all parties that strategic modelling is being undertaken, I understand. There's apparently a Gloucestershire model, the GC3M model, which may provide insight into this issue. All we've got at the moment are manual assumptions that have been applied, and it's those manual assumptions based on the desired origins and destinations that are reported in Table 3, which is 2 pages after that plan. We don't have any information to explain where those figures came from, but we can say for certain that they are not based on any reliable strategic modelling. They are assumptions that have been made. The only evidence we do have, which is looking at the more constrained strategic model, would point to a conclusion that there will be a very significant increase in rat running because of this congestion in and around Tewkesbury as a result of the Mytton development. This is one of the reasons why the inspector at the last Mytton inquiry was unhappy, was not content that the case could be put reliably, because there was no information. That was 2.5 years ago. There has been no information, additional information, in terms of strategic modelling since then that would provide any additional certainty about this. Indeed, the only modelling that we do have suggests strongly that this will be a much greater problem than suggested. And I will also add to this issue about the unreleased trips. If you imagine, if they do exist, those trips are not getting onto the model. So the question would be, or the implication would be, well, if they're not getting onto the network, they must be finding some other way around the network. And those routes around the modelled network are exactly those routes that go through the national landscape. So just to summarise, we do not have any robust information about strategic modelling that provide reliable insight into this issue. And the evidence that is there suggests strongly that there will be a significant increase in rat running along those inappropriate routes, adversely affecting the tranquility of the national landscape. Thank you.
Have you done any assessment of that? Have you got a figure? Or is it just, that's what you think will happen?
I haven't got, no. I would have to undertake strategic modelling to come up with a figure. I mean, what I have done is looked at just the existing situation with alternative routes, just by looking at, I think this is included in the statement, a very simplistic exercise looking at Google Maps that gives you an indication of peak hour journey times, and looked at those alternative routes. And even on the basis of what's happening at the moment, there is evidence that, you know, people may be choosing to avoid those long delays. I don't know whether you're familiar with what the A46 is like at peak times, but it is a slow-moving queue, particularly in a westbound direction. So that's as far as I can go, because I don't have access to a strategic model. But in my professional view, that indicates very strongly that in order to understand this problem properly, then we do need some kind of tool that can do that assessment in a much more reliable, objective manner, looking at those future flows, not just what's happening at the moment, but looking at those future flows and taking into account those additional delays and queues.
Thank you. We'll turn now to the national landscape.
Thank you. So from the Cotswolds National Landscape perspective, our key concern is the way in which the increase in traffic movements could adversely affect the tranquility of the Cotswolds National Landscape, with that tranquility being one of the special qualities of the area. So particularly concerned about the increase in traffic movements on the roads through the national landscape and along the boundary of the national landscape. Now, in terms of what percentage increase is significant, you've heard the figure of 10%. That's the figure we referred to in our tranquility position statement, which I've referred to in previous submissions. And that figure is based on the rule of thumb thresholds that are provided in guidance published by the Institute of Environmental Management and Assessment on the environmental assessment of traffic and movement. And 10% is the figure above which the increases would be considered likely to have a significant adverse effect and therefore would merit inclusion in an environmental impact assessment. And in EIA terms, the national landscape is classed as a sensitive area, so it makes sense for the roads in and along the boundary of the national landscape to apply that 10% threshold. If it's over 10%, we consider it would adversely affect the tranquility of the national landscape. And that tranquility is a component of the area's natural beauty, so it also adversely affects the natural beauty of the national landscape and would be contrary to the purpose of national landscape designation, which is to conserve and enhance natural beauty. Now, we first raised the issue of the implications of increase in traffic movements back in 2018 in relation to the application for 500 dwellings at Mitton. And we first raised it in relation to the development plan in our response to the preferred options consultation in 2019. And we've repeatedly flagged this issue in our responses to both the consultations on the applications at Mitton and in relation to the development plan consultations. Now, as has already been mentioned, the lack of clear evidence relating to increase in traffic movements was a key reason for refusal of planning permission for the original proposed development of 500 homes. And it was also a key reason for the subsequent appeal being dismissed. Now, with the current application at Mitton, which is for 500 dwellings, we raised a holding objection in May 2023 on the basis of lack of sufficient evidence relating to traffic movements. Since then, there was a further round of consultation in January of this year, which included an environmental statement and transport assessment. Our conclusion reviewing that was that there was still not the issue of traffic movements and the impact on tranquility in the national landscape was still not adequately addressed. And in particular, there was no baseline data provided for traffic movements on the B4080, which runs along the boundary of the national landscape on the west side of Breeden Hill. Now, the applicant's environmental statement said that by looking at the data for the adjacent roads, that would infer that the increase would be less than 10%. At the time that we submitted our recommendations for the examination, some of the key information wasn't available on the planning portal. Some of that information has since been provided to us in terms of traffic movements on those adjacent roads. And from the analysis that we've done, it indicates that the percentage increase on the B4080 could potentially be in the region of, well, 7.5% development of 500 dwellings, and so for a development of 1,000 dwellings, that'd be in the region of 15% increase, which is well above the 10% threshold. And I'd be happy to submit that information to yourselves if that's deemed appropriate. There's also been a lack of evidence on this issue in relation to the local plan. The council's just referred to this figure of 9%, which I wasn't aware of, but looking at the information, and I think the parish council touched on this, that 9% relates to the percentage of traffic from Mytton that would use the B4080. It does not relate to the percentage increase in traffic movements on that road. So I don't think that information addresses that point. So I think despite having initially raised this issue 7 years ago, I think the bottom line is there's still insufficient data to show that the allocation would be legally compliant in terms of complying with the statutory duty to seek to further the purpose of conserving and enhancing the natural beauty of the national landscape. And I think there's insufficient evidence to demonstrate that the allocation would be sound in terms of complying with the NPPF, in particular paragraph 189, which gives great weight to conserving and enhancing landscape and scenic beauty. In our response to the proposed submission consultation, we did flag the issue of rat running on the roads through the national landscape, the road between Kemerton and Conderton. And Mr. Bamber has touched on that. So referring back to the current application for 500 dwellings, their data indicates that the increase in traffic movement on that road would be less than 10%. But I think if you factor in the issue of rat running, that level of traffic movements could be significantly higher. So I think there's a significant issue both in relation to the B4080 as it runs along the west side of Brigham Hill, and potentially there's also a significant issue in relation to the road that runs through the national landscape between Kemerton and Conderton. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Just looking back through the submitted policy, double check and make sure I've not got it wrong, but I don't think the policy actually addresses this issue. And looking to the council, would that be a setting aside what our conclusions might be on the percentage for a minute? Would a modification to the policy to actually deal with this issue within the policy be something that the national landscape would support in order to make it sound, so that the development should not have an acceptable effect upon the tranquility of the national park through traffic generation?
I think it's something for which we need a sufficient evidence base at the local plan stage rather than just deferring that to the planning application stage, because if it gets to the planning application stage and it's shown that 1,000 dwellings couldn't be delivered without increasing the traffic movements, say above the 10% threshold, then it wouldn't be deliverable. So I think we need some certainty at this stage as to whether the allocation would be deliverable in relation to those impacts on the tranquility of the national landscape. I don't think it'd be satisfactory just to defer that to the planning application stage.
Hypothetically, if we were to agree with the councils, and there isn't such a criteria in the policy, and modelling at a later date due to other factors could come up with a different answer, it won't be covered in the policy, will it? So it's just we haven't made up, clearly this is something we're going to have to take away, but we're just looking at all possible outcomes, and one of which is that the policy is silent on that at the moment. And it's a specific matter that flows and clearly people are really concerned about, because you wouldn't be here talking to us about it. Is that something, if we were to decide the council are correct, you would want to see in the policy?
Yes, if you decided that the allocation was sound and it did go forward as a a policy in the plan, then yes, we would like to see some explicit reference to this issue within that policy.
Thank you. Mr. McLeod, do you want to respond to any of those points before we at risk of losing them?
Yeah, no, thank you, sir. So there's a couple of more things I did want to pick up on. I mean, first of all, this question about unreleased trips. I mean, that is just factually incorrect. So National Highways would not have signed off this report if they were unreleased trips, and they would have flagged that in the report. So the report's been prepared by ACOM. It's based, the inputs coming from it from the Worcester Strategic Transport Model, and taking those through to the Paramix model. But if there was a question there of suppressed demand, which couldn't actually get onto the network, they would have flagged that within the report. So I don't accept that there's, this position of unsuppressed demand, which has been missed off. As I said, the basis of this is we do have a strategic transport model, which is the Worcester Strategic Transport Model. A large part of the AONB is covered by that model. And we've taken the trips from that and using the TA, obviously, for Mitten to prescribe the growth then, which is coming from the Mitten development. The evidence which we have at this time and looking at the way those trips are being distributed gives us the 9% figure. We'll refer you to the specific area within the Paramix model where that is found. And that is the best evidence which we have in front of us at the moment. So, we haven't seen anything. And, in terms of a suggestion of putting that into the policy, we'd have no issues with that. But the evidence in front of us shows that this falls beneath the 10% threshold.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify two things. First of all, the work that is done, set out in Figure 1 and Table 3 in our Appendix 1 to our hearing statement, relates to the whole allocation. So it's the full 1,000 units. So those figures in Table 3, all of which are under 9%, under 10%, sorry, reflect an allocation for 1,000 units. The second point is that, perhaps unsurprisingly, the applicants are all over this issue because they were on the wrong end of a decision by Inspector Boniface in 2023. And I've already referred to the fact that there is additional work that is being done in the context of the planning application that has been submitted. And the work which is still ongoing in relation to that is telling us that these figures are correct. They take into account the route choices that motorists might take, reflecting delay, etc. So we are confident that the work that we are doing in the context of that application is robust and is telling us that the issues about traffic using roads around and through the national landscape are going to fall below the 10% threshold, which is applied by Cotswolds National Landscape.
Thank you. National Landscape Board is still up. You want to come back?
Sorry, what's that?
The board is still up. Do you want to
sorry.
speak?
No, that's the legacy one.
Okay, briefly, Mr. Riley-Smith.
Very briefly, sir, just 2 points. Just reiterating the point of the Section 85 duty and the requirement to now seek to further. It's a positive requirement. I don't think it's appropriate, or I don't think it'd be possible to say, on the basis of developer modelling we've not seen, but we promise they're all over it, we're satisfied we've got enough evidence, just to raise that point. But secondly, sir, and you will, it's been noted the council is going to provide this note, so you'll be able to come to a view on it. Can we just ask, sir, that when you see that note, because I'm not sure that we'll have a chance, of course, to comment on it, consideration is given. It's not a question of what percentage of traffic goes this way from Mitten. It's a question, according to the tranquility statement, of whether there's an increase of the current traffic by more than 10%. So just to ensure that it's answering the correct question, which is not, but so you've noted that point.
Okay, thank you. Now, I think that sort of brings us to the end of the transport-related matters. But we've clearly got the message, there's stuff going on, okay? We have a couple of options. Let's lay them on the table, perhaps. What we can do as inspectors, if further information becomes available, we can initiate inspector-led consultation to give participants in this session the opportunity to comment briefly, stress briefly, because we've already had lots of evidence and spent time discussing it today. That's what we can do. There's various things that might come forward. If there's anything that is worthy of doing it and necessary, we're sitting in the last week of April. We have space in that week where we could come back with a very, very tight agenda and discuss anything that might need discussing. We don't have to do that because written representations carry the same weight as oral submissions, but it is an option. Now, you won't be surprised to hear this, we're doing other stuff too. So, in order to fit everything in and to make sure there's enough time for people to think about this, anything additional that comes in up until Friday the 14th of April, we might be able to consider and discuss in the last week of the hearings. We wouldn't need to re-advertise the hearings at all. We could do that, we could fit that in. That is doable, just after Easter, I think. The session, and this will be before Easter, so that should work if we needed to do it. If there's anything else that's more substantial that comes in after that, it would require the hearings to be re-notified. That would then cause delays. We're talking about 2 or 3 months further on to do that, so you've got to give a 6-week statutory notice of the hearings. So we have an opportunity now to proceed within the existing programme, because we have days programmed to do that. And maybe even not everyone's available, it might have to be different people turn up or whatever to do that. We'll see what happens if we're in that position. But I think, to be fair, we've got the 2 options, and we'll set them out now. And something we've been discussing away from here, that we might need to do this. There may be 1 or 2 other things we might need to do too, but that way that will keep it all within what's programmed. And really importantly to us, we don't need to ask Mr. Kemp and the council to re-notify further hearings later on when we've. Okay, so if people are happy to proceed on that basis. It just depends what comes in, but we have to draw a line right at the 14th of April. 17th, is it? Yeah. Yeah. Maybe the 17th. Someone knows, someone has a better calendar than me.
I think it's Thursday the 17th of April, because Friday the 18th is Good Friday. I don't think anybody will be asking for that.
Okay, so by Easter then, and I think we're going to have to just draw a line in the sand, because we want to complete the final week of hearings and move to our post-hearings advice letter. And then, if everything comes together, we can do all of that without the need to further prolong matters in the examination. Does that sound reasonable? Yeah.
So just to clarify that, 'cause it's certainly not, and I don't think you were suggesting this, it's not the parish council's intention to put anything further. I think what you were saying, Sarah, is we've heard there might be more modelling, more notes, things like that. If that comes in before the 17th of April, allow for the comments, it might allow for it to be dealt with in the exam. Maybe at that point the parish council gets involved, but yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Because we know that there are different parties away doing work around the plan, and it's also an opportunity actually around any additional work to revisit statements of common ground. You might want to just update them. Should anything pop out of the system by then? If it doesn't, it doesn't. We'll deal with this on the basis of what we have. But it's just really just we can be agile and flexible and be as up to date as we possibly can, really, in order to keep things moving and to actually make decisions based on the best possible information we have. You okay with that, Mr. Liston?
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Right, let's move on then.
Sorry, could I just check the date when you'd want any further evidence to be in by?
Thursday the 17th. It's the day before Good Friday.
That's the date of the hearing and the date by which you want.
No, that is the date by which, so if any of this further work emerges by then, we can then take it forward into a hearing, and the hearings are scheduled for the last week in the month, slightly going into May, I think. So we have some spare time built into that to deal with things such as this. So there would be probably information would be shared via the examination website immediately after Easter. And it gives everyone a chance to look at it. It's slightly longer than the normally day before we're used to as inspectors. So it's not a criticism, by the way. We like it, really. Well, I do. Right, okay, let's move on. So I'll move back, actually. So we move back to the issue around Severn Estuary SPA and the issue around curlews. It's fair to say this is an issue that has grown, I think, through the course of the examination, may become more apparent. Certainly as more work has been done. It relates to the work that's been undertaken in the Habitats Regulation Assessment, and the addendum to that, some which is quite detailed. Really, we want to work out what point we've reached. Is there anything that's outstanding that we should be waiting for to enable us to take a view on what the likely effects might be on the SPA via functionally leaked land or other land used by curlew. So just trying to short circuit it a bit, but just focus on where we are. There's also the views of Natural England that we're very aware of, and that may also be a changing situation. We don't know. So, Mr. McLeod.
Thank you, sir. So to update you on where we've got to with the curlews, there's obviously, we've had submissions on behalf of RPS, obviously looking at the curlew issue, and we've been engaging with Natural England then in terms of what further sort of information we need to draw I would say, a more considered conclusion as to what the impact on the curlews would be. So what we've agreed with Natural England is that the survey work that has been done to date has not covered the breeding nesting period. So that is effectively running from March until, I'm going to get my dates right, so the nesting season is in May, but the more sort of active season is from March to July. So what we've agreed with Natural England, and we've commissioned LEPAs to do this work, is to monitor the site through that period so we can get a more considered view, or certainly a more complete view as to how important this area is for curlews.
So is other councils have commissioned the work?
We've commissioned that work, sir, because we feel there's obviously a divergence of views in terms of the importance of this site to curlews. But we feel that survey work and Natural England agreed that doing that through the breeding nesting season is important to give us a complete picture. And obviously what we've suggested in the modifications, sir, is that survey work is required, and the results of that will obviously then be taken into account in terms of defining what could come forward for development. So whatever mitigation, we will be in a position by the summer to know what level of mitigation is needed, which is why we've put that main modification into the policy itself, reflecting the need for some further survey work to look at the impact on the curlews.
Okay, I mean, I think ideally we would want some clarity on this issue in going forward so we can be satisfied as to what the potential effects might be on the SPA resulting from the development. And the survey work is something that was identified in the additional work the council had commissioned last year or the year before, which is in the examination library. So I think we're pleased that that's been done, but that does push back potential conclusions on this site to the end of the summer, doesn't it? Because by the time the survey work is completed in July, it would then need to be written up, assessed, etc. You could be having ongoing conversations with Natural England, should they have capacity, as the picture is building up, of course, because you'll have access to that via your ecologists. And I would hope this would lead to a statement of common ground with Natural England that can actually confirm presence or not, Curlew on the land in question. It can confirm other sort of likely effects, and also actually clarity about the buffers, because we know that there's a different range of buffers put forward at the moment, which we could talk about this afternoon, but I think we know there are 3 different views, and where would that get us discussed, but we know what the views are. It does actually present us with a bit of a question as to timing and everything else.
Yes, it does, sir, but that is the timing.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously this issue has come more to light since the planning application was submitted on the site. So Natural England have obviously now raised the point about curlews, which has led us to commission this further work. I don't think we can speed up that work because obviously it needs to cover that period. And we've agreed with them that is necessary for this to be done. Work which we've seen to date suggests that the relationship, that the function of this land is questionable in terms of its impact on the curlews, but we do feel that survey is necessary to give us a definitive position because that is the most active time for the curlews. So we agree with Natural England that needs to be done, and that is the basis of the statement of common ground we're preparing with them.
It is also a question as to when Natural England might be able to actually respond, because we know that they often have resourcing issues.
Well, there is a statement of common ground with them, which they're in the process of signing off. So I expect that to be submitted over the next few days. It is imminent. So we've had ongoing discussions with them on this particular point. But they will say effectively what I'm saying to you now, that they feel that there is this additional level of survey which is needed.
Because at the moment, their position is one of, this is where I would functionally link land. However, we have further questions, and it's really answering those questions, isn't it? And just firming up.
Absolutely.
Where they are as a statutory agency that has responsibility for these matters.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And until we've done this further work, we just won't be in a position to give you that definitive answer.
Okay. We'll give people the opportunity to comment now on this, and we'll see where we get to. We're clearly not going to reach a resolution after hearing everyone around the table today on this, and actually it's not something that will be, well, we're not going to get to the end of it during the course of these scheduled hearings, so that's a problem for us in due course, how we might want to deal with it. We'll come back to that, I think, at some point, but I will say at this point, one of the issues, there is still some scope within, or some latitude for further work, etc., within the pragmatism set out in the Secretary of State's letter, and it is at our discretion. What we don't want is huge amounts of work being done, similarly to what's actually been done already. Because we're not looking at an endless process, and no one wants to be looking at an endless process in this. But if this can be done to a definite timescale, and not just run on and on and on, because we'll just have to draw a line. Mr. Riley-Smith.
Yes, thank you, sir. And I think the indication there is the slightly short circuit. We've briefly talked about the buffer point. It's in writing. If I may instead just react directly to that, which is that, so in some ways it's reiterating concerns, or at least points you've made. Clearly, there's a concern to Natural England. They raised it as a soundness issue. There's also the RSPB, I think. Clearly, this is an important point. And the solution seems to be, well, we need to carry out more surveys and let you know in the summer. And setting aside all the various things and other points that could be made, it comes back to not just the timing point, but there are 2 issues with curlews, off-site and on-site. And no one's disputing the close proximity of the functionally linked land. So we're a bit unclear about how a survey would in any way change that. We can see how it would go towards on-site curlews, but I suppose to add an uncertainty upon the uncertainty, yes, we may get the results of that in the summer, and then it takes a bit more to explain what it means. If it does confirm curlews on site, it seems like that poses more questions than it answers in relation to deliverability. So it's a bit unclear about how actually that point is taken forward, even if we get the survey results in the summer. Mr. Carpenter, I think, sets out in his note, and I don't think he does need to explain it to the inquiry, but he's here for the exam, if it would assist. Curlews on site means more buffer zones potentially. There's lots of quite significant deliverability ramifications. So I suppose that's a very long way of me saying that's welcomed, the recognition that more work needs to be done, but it seems like it potentially just starts a further discussion rather than ends it, and the issues that raises for timing and deliverability, etc., etc. So I've slightly short-circuited on the indication that I think you're well aware of the issues around curlews, so I won't repeat those, but instead just react to what we've just heard just there.
Yeah, I think regardless of the outcome of the survey, we're going to have to form a view on the buffers, etc. We've got to form a view on that. I think what this survey work will help to do will be to confirm whether there is any presence of curlews beyond the functionally linked land. I'm not an ecologist, but perhaps there may be greater areas of functionally linked land that's been identified at the moment. I don't know. That might be an outcome. I'm not expecting, I'm not want to technically judge anything, but it's really confirmed. We need to be satisfied what the effects are on this qualifying species of the SPA. This will either open or close doors, but there will be the scientific evidence one way or the other, and I think that's a key point here.
Just bring in Mr. Davidson, so who's obviously from LEPAS, has done the essay, and he's got a few points on this.
Yes, thanks, sir. We have been trying to engage with Natural England in the context of our planning application and not been getting a lot of input from them, to put it neutrally. We're going to reserve our position until such time as we see the statement of common ground that is going to be signed, we're told, with Natural England, because again, we've not been privy to those conversations. And we'll have to then, perhaps address matters as and when that statement of common ground comes out. I do want to just make this point, though, that notwithstanding the request for additional survey work, you do have to make a distinction between the functionally linked land to the west of Breedon Road and the application site itself. And as I understand, the additional work being done relates not to the existing functionally linked land, but to the site itself, because I think there is one example of one curlew being seen on the site on one day, despite, I think, half a dozen visits by the appellant's ecologists who have not observed curlew on the site. Now, so that's an important point. Now, it's not being suggested, I think, by anybody that the application site should be considered as functionally linked land. So even if curlew is spotted on the site, that does not mean that there will necessarily be an impact on the SPA, because an occasional curlew seen on the site does not necessarily result in the conclusion that there's going to be a likely significant effect on that European site.
Yes, thank you. I think that there's also been some concerns with Natural England about potential for curlew using land further to the east around the current brook. And so, and we may as well cover this point off now, is the comment from Natural England about the bridge and the potential effects upon curlew should they be found there, actually introducing people dog walking, recreating, wheeling, scooting, or whatever people would do there in the future. So it'd be useful to look at that one now.
Thank you very much. There's nothing I've heard this afternoon, sir, that hopefully makes anything confusing. We've undertaken an HRA at the plan level, and we've assessed the plan. And in October 2022, we concluded that there would be no adverse impact on site integrity. And it was only later when the planning applications were received for the land to the south of the road that was close to the functionally linked land but not part of it, that Natural England flagged up the issue. And they wrote to the council and said, we don't object to the HRA, but we are aware of curlews, they're a declining species, we'd like you to take account of them. And when I saw the curlew on one occasion, which in contrast to seeing one bird and it meaning nothing, the other way of looking at it is that how come I only saw that bird when I went for a lunchtime spot check to visit the site? I wasn't doing a bird survey, and I saw the bird was there. However, I'm not sitting here and disputing what RPS have said. I am with the spirit of what they're saying, and I think the council should be credited with showing goodwill here by doing the surveys. I think it is fair and proportionate when you look at the legislation, both PPG guidance and also the directive. I know we've left Europe now, but we have done a proportionate assessment. Today's analysis of the site at Mitten is almost a master planning exercise, and it is quite forensic. And I find that there's times during today's discussions where I felt it would be a project level HRA almost that we're dealing with. And so what the council proposes at the moment, notwithstanding further evidence on curlews, what is likely is that the HRA at the plan level will confirm that there's the policy relating to Mitten shouldn't proceed if it is going to have an adverse impact on site integrity. It is just not reasonable right here, right now, to answer all of the questions, because some of them have to be done at the project level. It is, within the profession, it is encouraged that HRAs at the plan level do not signpost to the project level. Otherwise, why bother doing assessment at the plan level? That said, there are circumstances when reasonable effort has been expended to look at an issue that you then have to signpost it. So I can foresee that that may well be the case with this plan, if you're concerned about timings, but in the spirit of goodwill and to make sure we have a positive relationship with Natural England, the surveys over just the one season will at least provide some comfort to them, because I believe that EDP also have some survey data from last year, and all of it will build up a picture that will allow a conclusion to help inform the plan. It will not override the planning application when it comes in. And ultimately, it's about protection of the European site network. And both of these actions, be it protection at the planning application stage or indeed at the plan level, will lead to protection of the Severn Estuary and functionally linked land.
Yeah, thank you, that's helpful. I think given the uncertainties about curlew, I'm certainly pleased that the survey work is being initiated, because that will answer some of the questions that need to be answered. At that point, we can form a view on whether the policy, should we find it otherwise sound, needs to refer to project level or not.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, so it's reassuring that the work's been done, setting aside the implications for timing. Sets that aside. I think it needs to be done, because one of the questions we had was, that's recommended in the work that's been done by the council. Why hasn't it been done?
Yeah.
We don't need to ask that anymore. Okay, should we try to move on a bit, Mr. Slade?
So I happen to live in a position where I can see the whole of the Mitten site. And when I'm in my back garden, curlews fly directly over our property and land in the field immediately behind us. And I've seen that multiple times over the last 5 years. I've lived there for many, many years. So I can tell you now, they are there. They are more prevalent behind the field in the allotment, which is the next field along. And that does happen multiple times. I don't have to go as a spot check. I'm there in the garden watching them come over. I haven't thought of it much in the past, but I will record when I see them from now on and feed that into this process.
Thank you. something I mentioned earlier on was really a natural England comment about the land to the east and in relation to the potential bridge over the current brook and open up the access. Is that something we could maybe ask you to consider and come back to us about, maybe even as part of the survey work that's been undertaken?
I think once we've done the survey work, so
Yeah.
we'll build that into it, so you've got a detailed answer on that from Beepers as well.
Yeah, because recreational disturbance in respect of that hasn't been considered because it's not been an issue to consider until now. It may not be an issue to consider if the survey comes up blank on that.
If I may add, sir, sorry, there is a blurring of legislative and different responsibilities going on here. Obviously, the SPA and the curlew as part of the waterbird assemblage is one aspect, and the HRA concentrates on that. The current brook might or might not be related to that, but it is a biodiversity issue that Natural England still want looking at in the plan, like you say, and yes, we can look at that.
For us, it's an opportunity to just bring these things together with some answers from some scientific study. I think it's helpful. Okay, Mr. Riley Smith, you seem to be hovering with your name.
I am, sir, aware that a point doesn't get better by repetition, and it's 251. So I'm trying not to. It's just talking to Mr. Capito. I think we were just still a little unclear as to, partly because the reference by the council to whether it becomes a project HRA. The buffer point in the sense that whether the survey will actually address in any way what buffer needs to be provided. And the reason I just make this point as a final time, I appreciate we made it earlier, is a point of concern as to deliverability is on any of the buffers, as we showed before lunch. It bites quite a lot into the site, and that impacts various things. That's why we didn't believe it appropriate to leave it to the project HRA, and that was one of our concerns. I think we just remain unclear, and partly it's one of the few points I probably agree with my learned friend for the developer. It seems to be that the functionally linked land and the application site are different, and this is dealing with the application site. So just whether actually the survey will in any way address, as it were, what we see as really one of the fundamental issues, which is if a buffer is provided, if that only becomes apparent at the application stage with the project HRA, in fact, an awful lot of the allocation may not be able to be delivered. I hope I've set that out.
I think, take on board what you're saying, we have to form a view on what an appropriate buffer might be based upon. We have the different viewpoints before us, we have the written evidence. We're hopeful that Natural England might provide a clearer viewpoint and an updated statement of common ground. Again, that's something you can issue with them, please. And it's one we're going to have to make a call on. So it's one for us, really. I don't see there's much point in going back through the detail now because we know what the various positions are. We've got to decide what really is appropriate. And also, actually, what needs to be reflected in the policy if we decide that it is sound in terms of what the policy needs to say about that. Because we could say, provided we're happy broadly with the HRA issue and it can be dealt with at the project level, what policy criteria may need to be in there. Same with the natural landscape point about traffic as well. Because the policy is silent on a few things because it's relying on other policies in the plan. But this might be a case where the policy needs to be specific. And ultimately, the development management stage, not talking about this scheme now, other schemes may not work. But on the basis of what we have and what we're doing is soundness, it's sound. But when it comes down to actually the detail, it might not be. That's why we have local plan reviews. Okay, but we'll park that for a bit. That's okay. All right. Where did that get us then? I wonder. Right, we have a number of more minor points to deal with. I suggest actually, as it's 5 to 3, we break for a drink and comfort break until 3:10, then we'll resume with the other matters. If people around the table have dealt with what you've come to deal with, that's fine. By all means, you can go during this break. But if not, if you want to stay to the end, please do. Thank you. So we'll adjourn now until 10 past. Right, let's resume then. We've covered the most significant issues I think we need to explore today. So there's a few more things left. One of the things that struck us, probably has struck other people as well, we mentioned about the possibility of looking at some of the, should any additional updated transport evidence come, to try to deal with that within the hearings. I think we still think that's possibly something we could do. However, given the new time horizon around the bird survey work, that does provide a further opportunity. I will just leave it at that at this point, rather than do things piecemeal. So we'll just see what happens, and it may be a greater opportunity to do things comprehensively in one go together later on. But we'll keep our options open on that, rather than just coming back and just having a little bite and then coming back again. So we'll see where we are with that. Okay, so we may or may not need to have a further hearing session. Okay, we don't know at this point in time. If we can deal with anything during the course of what we've got programmed, great. We might need to come back later on following the bird survey. We may not. Okay, so we're just alive to the fact that we don't want to be dragging people here at expense more than we need to. Okay. Quickly.
Can I just ask where we are in the programme, just regarding the questions, because question 160 talks about flooding, and I was wondering if I have an opportunity to just comment on that. I don't know if that is part of your plan.
Yes, if you want to briefly talk about flooding. The issue about flooding is that the councils have undertaken further work, and we have the views of the council on that. So we're very happy for people to chip in on that. If you want to carry on with flooding, yeah.
Thank you. I mean, I come from Tewkesbury, and as many of you may know, Tewkesbury is prone to flooding, so it is an important issue for people of Tewkesbury. The focus is mainly on the Severn and the Avon. They're the two main rivers. But I think often overlooked are the tributaries that flow from the east and south of the county towards Tewkesbury and meet at Tewkesbury. And we're talking about the Carron Brook in particular, the Swillgate and the Torbrook. And they do have a significant impact on Tewkesbury. I'm a flood warden, and I do monitor the gauges that the Environment Agency put online when there's flooding matters. And it's only recently, in the past few years, that actually they've started to put gauges available so they can be seen by the public for the Carron Brook and Torbrook and that. So it is an important issue. And just to set the scene of this, I have to go back to 2007, which is the one that's in living memory of people and the impact of flooding there. And the consequences of that is that flooding does create anxiety amongst the local populace. And in particular, flooding with climate change. In recent times, since 2007, we've had a number of notable floods, and people are very concerned. I'd just like to refer to the event of 2007, because I live next to the Carron Brook. On the 20th of July, which is the Friday, that was when Tewkesbury ground to a halt on the Friday. The actual flood levels didn't peak till the Sunday, but I witnessed during that Friday evening the water coming from Carron Brook into the Avon. And it was of sufficient force. It obviously burst its banks, came across the whole Breedon Road. It had sufficient force to break down a wall that was 3 foot high, and it lay in the centre. So I know it's important. And what happened, that water was flowing from that direction, from the Carron Brook, from the direction of the allocated site, to the Avon until mid-morning Saturday. And then it started to actually go down in the garden. You could see it. So that tells me that the Carron Brook is an important contributing factor to flooding in Tewkesbury. It isn't just solely the Avon and the Severn. Yes, it peaked on the Sunday. That was because the Severn came down, but that was the time. Now, So I think I'm setting for how you appreciate the anxiety of residents feel about this. I want to give a notice of the position of Tewkesbury Borough Council members when I speak to them, and when I think it's going to be coming out in emergency plans, the emergency policies in the next plan, is that Tewkesbury is looking for betterment from flooding mitigation matters. And I am concerned that this allocation site is not delivering betterment for Tewkesbury. I would like some clarification as to what actually, I appreciate there's going to be 5 basins for water storage there, that the height of those particular basins is sufficient to give Tewkesbury betterment than what it would get otherwise from surface water runoff that is accommodating. So I don't know, I would like to see that coming out of this inquiry, that we can have some assurances that there is that betterment there at the height of those water basins. But in addition, I think I've been speaking to a hydrologist. Another way of betterment is to actually increase the capacities of some of those water basins, and indeed then to reduce the flow rate from those basins into the current brook. They may well lead to less flooding in Tewkesbury as a consequence of this. And I would like those matters to be taken up and considered as part of this inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slade. Okay, well, the RPS report is something before the council in respect of the planning application. We're concerned about strategic flood risk assessment. Maybe invite Mr. McLeod just to explain what has been done in that, because I know it's looked at various watercourses with different catchments.
That's correct, obviously. So we've looked at the current brook and the extent of the flood zone. So we're satisfied that the development itself can be located outside of the area of floods. We obviously looked at that in conjunction with the Environment Agency as well. I think the key points, I mean, these are obviously, very valid points of concern in terms of flooding within the wider area. And we've obviously got policies within the plan there which require obviously sustainable urban drainage systems, as you would expect, and betterment on that to deal with the impacts of climate change as well. So all of these developments would need to achieve effectively greenfield runoff rates and a betterment above that. So the position with Mitten would be that it would obviously be a betterment than what is there currently with these subsystems that would be put in place, and that would be a plan requirement.
Through the course of the work the councils have undertaken, I think we're right in saying that clearly talking with the Environment Agency and the Leeds Flood Authority in Gloucestershire.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been engagement with both, and I know the EA in the process of updating their flood maps currently as we speak as well. So, that engagement will obviously be ongoing and inform any planning application in the future.
Thank you. Anyone else got any points on the flooding issues? If not, we'll move on. No? Okay. Thank you. Right, let's move on to our question about the concept plan and the master plan. Could the council please explain to us how they see this site coming forward and how the policy should deal with that in terms of the different land uses, etc.?
Yes, thank you. So we've prepared a concept plan, which is within the policy, which gives you an indication of the potential land uses taken into account of a number of constraints there. So, potential location of the primary school, areas which need to be kept free from development, and where we feel the 1,000 homes can be accommodated. So the concept plan gives a guide in terms of where development can happen. But we recognise that the master plan also needs to be prepared for the site as a whole, and we would expect that master plan then to be approved by the local planning authority, and that will have site-specific design codes and various other requirements which we've listed there, particularly around obviously movement, transport, and the policy goes on to talk about green and blue infrastructure and requirements such as sustainable urban drainage as well.
Is it the intention that the master plan would be approved as part of the planning application process? So it becomes part of, in effect, the planning permission?
In this case, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Riley-Smith.
So I'll keep it as a one-sentence point. It's just touching on things before. If there is going to be a concept plan, given the ramifications it has for influencing development, it would need to show any buffer, whatever that buffer may be, and it currently doesn't. You've heard enough about buffers, but just that point to reiterate, it currently doesn't show any buffer, and it would need to show whatever the appropriate buffer is and reflect that in the spread of development and the access to the site as well, as Mr. Carpenter.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone else? Not to move on. Okay, we posed a question about one of the criterion in the submitted policy that requires development according to the Tewkesbury Garden Town principles. We've heard earlier about the status of those. The question at the time really was that they're not part of the plan. They may be part of someone else's plan. What is the council proposing now, having considered those comments, to modify the
We were proposing to delete that reference. Yeah.
And I think there's some associated changes on there if we were suggested main modifications. that would deal with design principles, etc.
Yes, and we feel there is sufficient guidance within the plan where it read as a whole and the specific requirements of this policy that are addressed to bring this site forward. So we don't feel any additional references required.
Okay, thank you. This side of the table, Mr. Slee.
I didn't hear the response regarding what was said.
Sorry, in terms of the Tewkesbury Garden Town principles,
Right.
we've suggested that reference be removed from the policy. It's obviously not part of this plan.
Okay.
And it wouldn't be reasonable to be referring to.
Okay, because it's very unclear to me what this site relates to. Is it the Tewkesbury Town? Is it Tewkesbury Garden Town? And is phase B, second phase, is that going to be related to the phase 1 development? Is it going to be related to the North Ashchurch Garden Communities Plan, Breedon, or Breedon Hardwick? What's it related to? What do you want it to be related to? Because it's not clear. It hasn't got an identity.
I think for a number of those points, we've suggested removing it. So we agree with you, we're deleting that part of the policy.
Yeah, so just regarding the Garden Town principles, the site 500 site, I believe, was part of Tewkesbury Borough Council's submission when they went for Garden Town status. It was part of their 500 in the 10,000. And it just seems to me that it should be complying with the Garden Town principles. And I'm not sure why it isn't, and I don't know. Indeed, as Barrett signed up to the Garden Town's charter, you know, that leaves such things, you know, you can see there on their website that they're committed to carbon neutrality is one of their sort of design principles in that. And I just wonder, is that the case for this particular site? Should it go ahead?
I think quite simply, this plan cannot require compliance with something that's not in it, because the policy in this plan gets the status given in law that the proposals must be dealt with in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations dictate otherwise. In order for the local plan policy to be able to do that, those design principles would have to be incorporated in the plan. They're not part of the plan, they're part of someone else's plan or plans. So they would still be a material consideration, perhaps, that can be taken into account, but it would not be sound for that reference to be in this plan, because we're not examining that. You know, which is not before us. We don't know whether the Garden Town principles are sound or not. And so any reference to a document that's not part of a development plan needs to say, can have regard to or not refer to it at all. It comes up a lot in plans, but it's just really, we can't give weight of a development plan to a document that's not part of a development plan, quite simply. Thank you. And it's the same actually with the next question that refers to policies in the joint core strategy. Again, that plan exists, though it doesn't directly relate to development outside of Tewkesbury Borough. Maybe Mr. MacLeod explain the council's response to that.
Sorry, you're on 167, is that question 167? Is
yeah,
that,
it's criterion E, Roman 4, 5 and 6. double check the question number, but I've helpfully for myself extracted it. 167, yeah, which I've inadvertently renumbered to 12.
If I could come back on that particular question, we've suggested some proposed changes to the policy that remove the reference to Tewkesbury Borough Council's policies, and instead we're suggesting merging of the policy to reflect the issues rather than the policies in their plan, and we feel that that's a more appropriate way forward. And those changes are made in response to the question that you raised yourselves.
Yeah, got those, thank you, in the schedule. Okay, just move on to the next question then. Is it 168? Yeah. It relates to the justification for the service and infrastructure requirements. The council could please outline what they are in relation to the IDP.
Thank you. Yes, these are set out in the documents, the IDP update that was dated December 2024, exam 40. And these are set out to include both on-site requirements and off-site contributions. The on-site requirements require a primary school for the first 500, which is set out to meet the needs as established by the County Council with regard to pupil generation from the site, and an expansion of the school for the second part of the planning application, contributions towards that. With regard to health, I mean, these matters are all covered in the document, but I can run through them if you wish me to.
If you could briefly, yeah.
With regard to health, the normal preference would be to go to the parish surgery, but in light of the allocation's proximity to Tewkesbury, it is felt that it's more appropriate to go to Tewkesbury because that's where residents are likely to go for their health care. And the joint core strategy that was adopted in 2017, their infrastructure delivery plan referred to off-site contributions coming from the Mitten allocation, the 500, and that's towards the Devereux Medical Centre, which is within the centre of Tewkesbury, and the contributions would go towards that retrospectively. And for the second 500, we've sort of assumed a similar figure in the way of off-site contributions towards that. With regard to community facilities, there's a proposed community hall as part of the allocation near the local, we're suggesting near the local centre, and there's also a requirement for the first 500 to contribute towards a community facility in Tewkesbury. And so there's a combination of both on-site and off-site contributions for those. With regard to sports provision, in consultation with Sports England and using the Sports England calculator, we've established what the requirements are, and the provision is for on-site sports provision adjacent to the school, preferably, so that there can be dual use between the school and the community. And those are shown on the position is roughly shown on the concept plan. And there's also a requirement in the policy for a small convenience shop. So sort of a, without wanting to name a particular supermarket, but I'm going to, sort of a Tesco Express size, I suppose. That sort of size is expected. We haven't sort of defined the size, but we're anticipating that sort of size so that it doesn't have an impact on the Tewkesbury itself. And then, of course, there's all the transport mitigation requirements as well, infrastructure requirements. Do you want me to go through those or
I think we've got those up in the set.
Did you say no? Sorry.
No, I think we've got
okay.
those set up.
Okay.
And that's really the...
I think that covers most things for the site. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, no, it doesn't. Sorry, there's one more. There's the active travel bridge, which kind of comes under the transport infrastructure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we've
Yeah.
had some discussions about that, and perhaps come back to that another day. Okay. No contributions on that. If that's the case, we will move swiftly on before people change their minds and look at the final question on my list, which is about whether the site should be deliverable or developable as defined in the National Planning Policy Framework. The Council have included a contribution to 5-year supply and the trajectory for the site. Is it 220 from memory?
Yes, absolutely. So just for absolute clarity, our 5-year housing land supply has been uplifted in that respect. So the numbers in it relate specifically to Tewkesbury's housing land need.
Okay, so we know where we are in terms of the site, whilst we're still considering whether the site's sound. The relevant council is considering a planning application. There's ongoing work, etc. Is the council still satisfied from where we've got to that the assumptions in the trajectory are correct? Because there's still a number of unknowns, aren't there?
Yes, there are unknowns. I think obviously it's difficult to be absolutely definitive at this point while those unknowns are still there. But what we would note is we've got planning applications in on Mitten A, and we're expecting, well, a planning application has been submitted on Mitten B as well. So whilst there's outstanding issues to be resolved, there has been a considerable amount of progress in terms of moving this site forward as well. So yes, I think until we see the conclusions of the Curlew study and obviously some of the additional work that's needed on the transport mitigation, it's difficult to be definitive on that. But I don't think we equally need to acknowledge that the site has moved on as well, with obviously applications submitted.
So what would you encourage us to do in terms of whether we should consider the site deliverable or developable then, given the definitions in the framework and where we are with it?
So our position on, without wanting to sort of reopen the whole debate, in terms of transport, we feel we've taken the modelling as far as we can. There's more detailed work now to be done on specific junctions. I think the only caveat, the bigger caveat we have is obviously we need to get that Curlew study completed over the summer. And that will have obviously potentially we need to see what comes out of that. I mean, the conclusions could be no mitigation needed and we move on. And equally, there could be, as we've heard, buffer areas and other aspects which we need to consider in terms of mitigation. So I think we need to see that conclusion, particularly on the Curlew point, to fully understand what the impact on the site will be. And at that point, we would be able to say, well, could it remain in the 5-year housing land supply for Tewkesbury or not?
Thank you. I think our view will be formed as a point-in-time decision. At the moment, I think we know where we would fall on that, but that might be different in a few weeks' time. So, RPS.
Yes, so I'm conscious that I think you've had an earlier session in relation to this particular topic. And there is a document, exam 73, which is a Scott schedule that I think you asked for, relating to the deliverability of various sites. And insofar as this site is concerned, there were objections, I think, made by Lion Court Homes and Vistry Group. We didn't participate in that session. There are just 2 points I want to make. One is, as you know, there is an application in for Mitten A. There is now also an application in for Mitten B, submitted, I think, as of today. So there are applications on both parts of the site now. The other point, again, I suspect you're aware, is that Barrett's, David Wilson, is now Barrett Redgrove, and they have 3 outlets. So there's the Barrett's, there's the David Wilson, and there is the Redgrove outlet as well. And of course, in relation to Mitten A, there is also Mac Mick. So there are effectively 4 house builders in relation to Mitten A. And so the figures given for deliverability are entirely consistent with having those 4 outlets.
Thank you, that's really helpful. Mr. Riley-Smith?
Yes, thank you, sir. To answer the questions on the evidence today, and I think all the parish council has been able to do is look at the evidence as it stands now. No, the proposed allocations are neither deliverable nor developable. Just to expand on that very slightly, but not reiterate, but only touch upon the points that were previously raised. Deliverable means completions beginning within 5 years. Well, at the very least, it seems like there are 2 outstanding points that could prevent that. Highways very clearly, and the simple point is, if feasible and suitable mitigation is not identified, and 2.5 years later it still hasn't been from the previous appeal refusal, that's going to hold up, especially if it has to be delivered before as a pre-commencement. And I'm not sure that there's a huge potential dispute about that. Equally, again, not to go on and on about the buffer zone, but if mitigation has to be delivered on site, and that is some sort of buffer zone, and that renders part of the site undevelopable for you can't have development in there. We've got flood zone through on another part. A narrower and narrower strip of this site can be developed. And that has a knock-on to a point that's been touched upon, but we've not talked about yet, and I'll just do so very briefly, which is viability. And that comes into the developable definition, because it has to be shown to be viable. And on our understanding, the evidence as to viability is it's exam document 41. So I'll just give you the reference. It's paragraph 7.87, but it's the viability of assessment of sites. Concludes that Mitten is marginally unviable at, I think, a 40% affordable housing. It says it might be viable at 30%, but at least there is this, in the evidence we've seen presented, this conclusion that it's marginally unviable. That doesn't address if site capacity goes down because of the buffer zone. And really critically, it doesn't address if additional unidentified mitigation has to be delivered, which is a real prospect. And so this just comes back to a question you asked the council, which we weren't clear on, and it may be our misunderstanding. I think so. You put a question to the council about whether the transport infrastructure had been taken account of in viability, and I think the response was there's a sufficient buffer zone. We thought your question was on an allocation basis, and the answer might have been on an IDP sort of wider basis. We were unclear, at least on the evidence per exam document 41, about what evidence was that the allocation, there's a big buffer in viability to provide it, because of course, as we sit here today, there could be further transport mitigation required, which has not been identified, no detailed designs, not clearly costed. So I'm trying not to repeat everything that came before, but all of that feeds into why we say on the evidence today, which is all you can go on, it's not deliverable, it's not developable. Of course, if the parish council have to come back in weeks or months for another hearing day and incur the cost to address more evidence, then that's what we'll have to do. But as you've said, I think a few times, so at some point a line in the sand has to be drawn as to new evidence, and what we've seen today, I think, certainly gives a resounding no to both of those questions.
Thank you. Mr. McLeod?
Yes, thank you, sir. So obviously the MPPF definition on developable is to be considered as a developable site should be in a suitable location, which we believe this site is for housing development, with a reasonable prospect that they're available, which this site clearly is, with 2 planning applications submitted now, and could be viably developed at the point envisaged. And clearly, from a viability point of view, yes, the Aspinall Verde work did point to this being marginally unviable at 30%. I mean, interestingly, so the current planning application on Mitten A is at 35% affordable housing. So they considered it to be viable, and clearly, the Aspinall Verde is the generic assumptions which go into that. But certainly within the margins here, they've been able to achieve 35% affordable housing on Mitten A. So, and that would be pretty much in line, well, it is in line with what Tewkesbury's affordable housing requirements is at 35%. So it was policy compliant in terms of what Tewkesbury were trying to achieve. Yeah, but that's what we've got in our plan as well, I should say.
Okay, thank you. Right, that brings us to the end of what we want to ask about. Whilst you're here, does anyone else have anything else that you want to say that we've not asked questions about? Don't want you to go home and think, just a minute, should have said that, or not. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wonder, I noticed in one of the questions was regarding the bridge over the Carrot Brook. I guess it's at the bottom of the site. I don't think we've discussed that. I just wondered if there were any comments about that, because when I read through the documentation, it seems to be doing the okey dokey. It's sort of in and out and in and out. To me, it's probably a key thing. It connects the site into industrial business park of Newtown and Shannon Way. It seems to me that that's not included in the site. It seems to me because they don't want to particularly fund it, and yet the connection through there, Tewkesbury School, and you've got the railway station up there. I'm not sure why it doesn't feature in this particular allocation. Doesn't seem to.
We posed a question about it in terms of flood risk activity. The site promoter, one of the site promoters, has raised questions about it with the views of the council. We have their views. We've also raised the points that Natural England have said about what effects that might have upon disturbance, etc., by encouraging people to go where people don't currently go, etc. We've got as much information as we need now, though we will be coming back to some of those points later on. So either we'll do it give people the opportunity to comment in writing, or we will have another hearing session. We'll see where we are on that. But we're pretty well on in knowing what everyone else thinks. We need to work out what we think next. So it's not lost on us, so thank you for that. Anyone else on the table? No? Okay. That's been very helpful, thank you. Just a general point, we need to think about the timing of all of this in relation to how the examination progresses. This is a discrete topic, and one of the options open to us would be to issue post-hearings advice with just setting out, we haven't reached conclusions on this. So it's almost a complete letter, slightly interim letter, if you know what I mean. We can make some assumptions on things like housing, land supply without this, etc. So I think that shouldn't stop us, provided nothing else occurs in the next few weeks, in meeting the broad timescales we say, because if the plan is capable of progressing, either with or without this site, we would want the council working on main modifications or whatever in the summer.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We'd very much welcome that approach.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Because it's our examination and we've got very broad scope on what we can do. And that just seems a sensible way forward. But we know that given where we've had a very useful discussion today, we know where we are and where we're not, more importantly, in respect to this site. And we'll get to the conclusion in the end. Just it might take a bit longer. Okay, so final call. Has everyone said what they thought they need to say today? Okay, thank you again for your contributions. We may or may not talk about some of these issues again. And we'll adjourn now until tomorrow. Ms. Hornsby? Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.